time we had it all, sitting safe behind our castle walls. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and fight, deconstruct, reignite. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become.
Yeah, picture yourself with your arm raised. Yo. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. Yo, the place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds.
We've been in the gym, yeah, we've been in the gym. Focused on the win, what you say, boy? Come again, hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin', hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
Coming for the top, boy, who gon' say a word to stop us? Climbing up so high that you gon' need a bird to watch us, boy, that's way up. We serving L's to those with nerves to mock us, boy, don't play us. The vibes we got get blocked, approaches proper. Them dudes got majors ambitions, we ain't going for birdie. Legends in the making, dog, you watching 30 for 30. I keep a prayer for the fake, got the real and dodge the snakes. Only mamba I rock with got 24 on the jersey. You about to witness something legendary. Ooh, I think they blind, they tryna see us, that's imaginary. You done lost your mind, sleeping on the squad, don't fit no competition. Hold up, slept on our greatness long enough, now we gon' run the score up. We tryna see the trophy pass around, confetti on the cap and gowns. Focused on the dub, but we not backing down. How you gon' stop the plan of God when he marching with the squad? Look at me, this RMG, and we the captains now.
We've been in the gym, yeah, we've been in the gym. Focused on the win, what you say, boy? Come again, hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin', hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
Stop us, I've been in the gym and I'm flexing monsters. Run up and check like a marathon, saying we gon' lose, it's like speaking nonsense. Not conscious how these jabs sting like I bang choppers, boy I slang linos like Steph Curry. They Usain Jong and I am the game like my name Harlem. Who gon' step and save his name? Return the kick like Devin Hester. In the end zone flexing. I'm talking harder than the Reverend. Don't wanna hear that it was destined. I train harder than legend. Need a trophy, I ain't resting. Ate a bag just for breakfast.
Yeah, ate a bag just for breakfast. And a rapper that was flexing. Spit the bones out of catfish. But I swallowed up the necklace. Trying to make sure you cleared all the threats. Better put me on the checklist. I ain't playing. I repeat it till they all get the message.
Yeah, there'll never be another one that can't. I throw everything, the kitchen the same, the toilet, the plumbing, I still come, I smell it like potpourri. Y'all gotta know when you get to the studio. I've been focused, I've been going, you been knowing now I'm not the one to sleep on. I burned down the room like I hopped on a dragon trying to get the iron bomb. Yeah, we've been in the gym. Focused on the win, what you say, boy? Come again, hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin', hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
I'll watch you while you put your jacket on and count the final steps you take before you're gone. I wish you turned just one last time around. I need more than a keepsake. I need you for real. Don't end with the handshake. I need more than a keepsake. I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. You came like a natural disaster. I didn't run away. I thought, bring it on, I'm getting faster. But it's far too late. Now I'm right in the middle of your earthquake, swinging back and forth. I try to hold on to wind and weather, but you're heading north. I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? You can't deny we had a thing here. Don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake. I need you for real. Don't end with the handshake. I need more than a keepsake. I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. I need more than a keepsake. I need you for real. Don't end with the handshake. I need more than a keepsake. I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. I need more than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. Oh, I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? You can't deny we had a thing here. Don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake. I need you for real. Don't end with the handshake. I need more than a keepsake. I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
Seem like every chance that I get, I show out like a pair of Lambo doors on the whip. My sneakers on the floor, man, you know they cause the grip. They know I go crazy anytime I can flip. Lost lifestyle, I be flexing like I live. Cheerleader on the side, wanna come and give me kisses. All I do is work, put up numbers every trip. One time I took a loss, I've been winning ever since. Got my drum bag on me, you don't want me to unzip. I could give you 50, try to tell you I'm legit. I could be the reason why you going to the ship. I could be the reason why you going to the ship.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
Yeah, I'ma do this face up, I don't need a pick. I be sniping, I don't really miss. Trigger finger, I gotta pull it. Easy money, it's all in a wrist. Don't get on my bad side, that's when I'm the best, yeah. Taking all bits, if I shoot it then it's wet, yeah. I'm a real threat, yeah, I ain't done yet. Double back, do it again, just in case you forget. Now you know who it is, put in blood, sweat and tears. I die for this here, bought for life, that's real. Like cleats in the field, put in work, do drills. I just gotta get to it, I can't never sit still.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy. Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground. I've never been this way. I felt so hard, and I end my life. I'll bring you a star. I can't walk away. I've never been this far. My feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
This is game over, you can feel the ground rumble. When I hit the ground running, you should move a lane over. Rain holder, we don't run on the same motor. I'm a chain smoker, you a lighter to a flamethrower. I come from an insane culture, living like a trained soldier, just to make it a day older. No closure, remain closer to the days when I could feel the hunger pains I knew I would take.
And I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I will never
And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising above. Feeling this pain, letting go of memories, knowing they can't find me. Rising above. Feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising above. Feeling this pain, letting go of memories, knowing they can't find me. Rising above. Feels good. No point in fighting, it's hard pretending. Wake up, it's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Sad words are spoken. Move on. It's broken. Give up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Don't you coming back no more. Oh no, 'cause I will never let you in.
adrenaline. You take me to extremes, more than my wildest dreams. Just one call of my name, and here I go again. Here I go again. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. Body bad, that's baby mama. Pretty girls come and play in my arena. I'm so cocky with these bands, mucha bonita. She's so cocky with her hands, oh mamacita. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. Spinning bands, what a time of life. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Pull up to the spot and get them hype. My girl extra crazy, just how I like. She a ride or die, she here for life. If you cannot respect the code, then pay the price. Don't do drugs, it's a natural high. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. My team be the dream. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind.
just watching. It's starting up again. Pulses racing. You're moving on ahead, chasing the dream. Suddenly so far.
G'day, ladies and gents, and welcome back here to the LPL for the end of week number 2. How time flies when you're having fun. That's what we do here in the LPL. My name's Lysterix. I'm joined by Lyric once again, and Lysterix is going to be taking you through a pretty jam-packed day of matchups I expect to be bloody, but also entertaining.
You know, every matchup, I'd say, is entertaining in some capacity here in the LPL.
Some of them are, sir, but some of them can take a while to get there. But here with IG and Suning, and the matchup we have today will actually not be, in any case, boring. But let's talk about yesterday, because yesterday was as well a bit of a fun day for some fans.
Yesterday was a good day for Dagda and LGD as well.
Yeah.
Sadly, the big flow that fans of Victory 5 has gotten, we're a bit disappointed
But
though.
I will say, still, a game off LGD, you have something to be happy about at V5. Their momentum may be halted, but not stopped.
They have not been 0-2'd yet. They've won a game in every series that they've played, so still pretty impressive.
Could still go to Worlds. We'll move forward because EDG and OMG, a very different story there with EDG finally giving us that 2-0 we expected at the start of the season.
Right. This was the expected result even after their loss to WE, where in my mind they were definitely the better team in that series, but WE did come out on top.
Yeah, there was a lot of questions after that series especially, but good to round it out here with now LGD sitting on top of the standings, but our standings are not anyway normal.
We have LNG, V5, WE, and LGD in the top 5.
The teams that were towards the bottom, 15th, 16th, and 17th in spring.
Yeah, not much else to say. Maybe some shockers, like, you know, FPX and IG right now towards the bottom, but maybe not shocker for some fans.
Another shocker, I mean, teams like OMG sitting 0-3 as well. We didn't expect them to have that rough of a start. I think LPL always surprises, and coming into the summer season, we've got very different haymakers being thrown, like here today. Now, we are starting off with Suning and IG, but later on, match of the week in JDG versus Top Esports, our 2020 Spring Grand Final rematch. And baby, that was a good series.
I'm just ready for some high society aesthetics. But like you said, gonna start off with Suning IG, which me and you were the casters here for that in spring.
Yeah, we were, and that series itself was a lot of fun to watch. With Suning and IG, let's not forget that, you know, these are two teams that were bloodthirsty hungry. And at the end of the day, it was a very different matchup because of the way these teams were in spring versus now. Let's start with IG, though, because IG have had one significant roster change towards the jungle. Everything else has stayed the same, but Le Yen going over to Vici Gaming means now it's only Ning.
I don't actually feel like this change means too much for IG. Le Yen, very promising jungler, but his style did not fit the way IG played. IG really need a jungler that's just going to sacrifice absolutely everything to make sure that their laners get what they need. And, you know, they're sticking with Ning. Ning has shown the ability to do that in the past. The question is, can he get in form and, you know, bring them to that world championship level that they've been before?
More like when we were doing a rehearsal before, you were talking about Ning in spring and what we actually saw in his brief run before they ran all the way through with Le Yen.
He did play 6 series. They started off 5-0, and then they finally lost to E-Star, and it just really looked like they didn't prep for E-Star. And then they finally said, hey, we have our first loss, let's put in Le Yen. But 5-0 start with Ning in spring, pretty promising.
So you want to look towards Ning and also see the consistency that is not often talked about with Ning. You look towards the top side as well, and while we are looking at Ning, you have to add in his other element, which is the Shy, who right now is playing his League of Legends to a T. Chat, you know exactly what I'm talking about right here. This is what's happening with IG's top laner, who has a lot of question marks.
And the Shy's always played on a knife's edge. We've always justified it by saying, oh, this is just the way IG plays.
Yep.
You know, the positives and negatives have always been there, but there's not even a way to explain the circumstances and debts that he's creating. In their loss to WE, which wasn't on an English day, his team's about to posture to get Dragon. He's seen diving Ornn in the bot lane, dies, and, you know, gives up the Dragon.
I mean, the Shy has a lot of question marks next to him, again, to state the obvious. The kills and deaths, a lot of people will be saying, Well, is that legit? Is that a competitive stat?
Yeah, he's I think there's also 36 assists, so he's a 0.8 KDA, you know, in the past 10 games.
It's not looking good for him, and especially when his career deaths and kills is still massively outweighed at this point in size of deaths.
Yeah, the Shy. This one's a big question mark, right? When you have a guy who was the best top laner in the world and arguably just one of the best players in League of Legends history, period.
Yes.
You know, what's the quick fix? What can you do going forward?
He's been outweighed. People like 369 and Zoom, who you'll see later, have taken up that mantle, and now the Shy drops down. We need to see old the Shy come in for IG to have a bit more prominence, because at the moment, it feels like Rookie is carrying this team. There is that man in the mid lane who's trying to bring up the rest of Invictus Gaming.
Going all the way back to playoffs when they were playing against TES, Rookie was opting into a lot of neutral skill matchups and was pretty much outlaning Knight every single time.
Yep.
At MSC as well, he was the only member of this team that showed up, and I felt really bad for Rookie's back. He definitely needs a chiropractor after the performances he's been putting on.
He's been looking so great. The champion pool as well extended, and we're seeing Rookie who, I don't know, playing some of his best League of Legends despite the fact of IG.
It definitely feels like a throwback to Season 5, Season 6, where it was Rookie against the world. And even against WE in their loss, he was completely destroying Teacher Ma. He single-handedly kept that series close to where IG could have won both of those games.
Because I remember at MSC, or at least, no, we were actually filming the next state of the podcast, the last hit that's going to be coming out soon. And we were talking about mid laners, and you still put Rookie pretty damn high on that list.
Rookie's top 2 in my mind. Even Knight came out after the playoff match against him and said, yeah, Rookie completely outlaned me, you know, in that series. He's just so good. I still look up to this guy so much.
Which is going to be massive. I've been told we are moving forward to lineup. So we have to talk about Suning a little bit before we get forward into this series. And Suning's recent start has been pretty strong despite the JDG loss. Suning sitting 2-1. Much higher than we expected.
Even their JDG loss, right? Both of those games are competitive that they could have won.
Yeah.
And for me, the big difference in this team is the meta's looking a bit better for them. SOFM on the Graves, the Kindred, these types of picks really suits his style. Bin obviously coming into form after getting so much practice with the team.
Yes.
And even just their team fighting as a unit looking so much better.
I mean, Bin moving away from Bubu, who of course went over to the side of Victory 5. Now Bin the starting top laner, the only top laner. A lot more prominence shown here from Suning. And while we do take a closer look at Suning, you have to also remember that going up against IG here today, it's going to be a different story. But the recency of Suning gives us hope that this matchup might be a bit more close than we first thought.
Suning's looking like a potential playoff team. I feel like nailing down that, you know, 5th through 8th spot, or even 4th at this point. We have a clear top 3 teams, I'd say, but past that, really hard to nail down who's where. And obviously, the cornerstone of this team in spring and now really has been Huanfeng. He's looking like a star level 80 carry. Of course, the interesting thing is he's coming from the IG Academy system.
The one that won LPL 2019 Summer.
Exactly. So we have big expectations for this roster, especially now that SOFM and Bin are really coming into their own.
And you have to look towards Suning as we get closer towards heading into this game. How will they go against Invictus Gaming here today? And again, we've got some key players from Suning. We've got one key player from the side of Invictus Gaming. And Rookie versus the world cannot say this heavier, right? At this point, how do Invictus Gaming win this game? Well, you look towards that mid laner, carrying them on their backs.
Yeah, this is all about Rookie. I feel like this whole split for IG is going to be about Rookie. Rookie versus the world. Just look at Ning and the Shy's face.
That's what it feels like, right? It's the 1 versus 7, plus maybe depending on how Puff and Southwind go. Rookie versus World Lyric, he said it so well.
He was on stream after MSC and someone asked him, hey, you should review the games from MSC. And he's like, sorry, guys, I only review games where there's something I could take away to do better.
Oh, man. And that's very fair with the performance we've talked about on and off again. Oh, sorry, over and over again, rather, at the start of this segment.
Hey, but on the side of Suning, you got to feel pretty good that, you know, you got 2 reinforcements on the opposite side of the rift.
7 people on the rift here for Suning. As we're taking a closer look at Suning. You're seeing Cha Xiao on your screen there before Fluid Wind and also Coach Fly.
I do want to bring up something that IG have also brought back. Coach Chris was a coach for them back in Season 6 and 7. Of course, was the coach for LGD when they won the split and went to Worlds.
So a bit more veterancy here on the roster of IG. They need strength. They're starting on the red side as we're still in patch 10.11, ladies and gentlemen. So 10.12, I'm sure, will progress shortly. But at this point, the same patch you know and love. You know what the priority picks are. And the LPL is not going to give one of them in the virus as usual.
I expect Suning to go towards the Aphelios. They've actually opted for Aphelios more than the Ezreal. We've had kind of teams that are very clear and they prefer Ezreal or Aphelios. Huanfeng's already played the Aphelios 4 times, so... But I do like the Ezreal pick. It also opens up for a Yuumi on the second rotation, which of course is just very strong.
We also know that Huanfeng last year when he made his debut was looked at as an Ezreal player heavily too, when the meta wasn't always towards it.
He was a bit of an Ezreal player, right? He played it a few times, did have some hype clips, but I'd still say he definitely was more geared towards these champions that could really... I don't want to say that could take over the game like Aphelios, because he's pretty much the only one that fits that category. Very standard red 1-2 for IG, though.
Yeah, Trundle and LPL as usual. SOFM, he's a big Lee Sin player. Wouldn't be surprised to see him lock that one in.
And yeah, look, see, they're already building towards this type of poke comp, and you know what actually shuts us down very good would be if Rookie can pull out something like a Twisted Fate.
Okay.
Twisted Fate's ultimate just does so well against poke comps. You have a pretty easy laning phase against the Zoe as well, but that doesn't seem very Rookie-esque, I'd say.
They've taken away the Syndra from him, Syndra being a big
You
pick
could also just take Thresh here. Thresh has still been left open. Does very well with the Aphelios. You ban out Blitzcrank in the second rotation, and there's really no bad matchups left.
Also remember talking about Sword Art with this Thresh pick, but instead it's going to be the Nautilus taken for Southwind with the option available for Sunny.
So, back in spring, Southwind was pretty much just a one-trick Braum in my mind, which is another reason why IG have probably fallen out of favor since teams have stopped doing that, since you realize Bard, Yuumi, even Lulu, you know, globally, picks that do very well into Braum. Not been much of a big playmaking support. Maybe that's something we need to see out of Southwind this year to kind of take the pressure off of Rookie.
Because he was the lead in that bottom lane. It was always about Southwind rather than Puff, with Puff getting carried behind his support. So you've now taken away other options for the other support in Sword Art. No Yuumi available to pair on top of the Ezreal.
I'd expect the other ban here is probably the Karma, which, you know, you do still have decent pressure on with the Nautilus from the kill threat, but banning out the Bard, it has actually been Sword Art's most played this split. He's played 4 games of Bard, which, you know, people might think, oh, most played. There haven't been that many series. Suning have already played 3 series, so they've played a ton of games, actually.
And you said before, we haven't looked at Sword Art as a Bard player, right? So
no, Sword Art historically throughout his career has never been about the Bard. Really been a huge Thresh and Alistar player back in the LMS. Obviously, Alistar not meta, but never gone towards this pick.
Threshes, though. Twisted Fate going to be taken away. To your earlier point of Rookie picking something that could influence the map. He doesn't have LeBlanc either. The neutralizing lane now looked at.
Yeah, Rookie, even in solo queue, Rookie's been playing a ton of Jace, Syndra, and Zoe, so obviously 2 of those are off the table. They still can opt into a Jace and actually flex that. Would be kind of weird because you're going up against a poke comp, so picking less efficient poke. Yeah, so picking up the Orianna will go. You don't really have anyone to combo with, no ball delivery system. I guess Nautilus in a sense, but Rookie's always just been so good on the champion, you don't necessarily need that with him.
We've seen a lot of it in the LEC. We're actually talking about this before broadcast, but here in the LPL, Orianna doesn't come around as much as you'd think. So for Rookie, speciality with one of the replays we saw, while on the side of Suning, starting to build up some of this engage with the flex potential of the set. Let's be honest, we haven't seen set in a solo lane as that much.
Yeah, I expect it to go into the support role and then Bin probably going to pull out something new. He could still go towards that Renekton. He has played the Aatrox twice, but Wukong has really been his go-to pick. You would want something maybe with a bit of disengage, but really in this meta, we don't have top lanes with disengage unless you want to go with the Phase Rush Gragas, which has been huge in solo queue, but hasn't made its way onto stage.
Yeah, not yet. We'll see. I know you guys, you Colorcast have been talking about that a little bit. The Aatrox, sorry to disappoint guys, will be the final lock-in to round out Suning, which have a pretty standard draft. While for Invictus Gaming, hovering around the possibility of the Shy's Jace once again.
So,
mid lane win game.
The Shy in solo queue has only been playing Jace and 80 carries. Also plays Akali into Camille, which, you know, is a counter matchup. Yep. So the Shy always going to go towards something that is more comfortable. On the side of Suning, we do have this comp that has a lot more aspects of a poke comp, but is also very brawly, can get in there and skirmish with the Aatrox in the set. Obviously, no reliable engage, so it's going to be very reliant on flanks.
Feels like vision for IG is going to be a bit of priority. We'll come back to Suning, because for Invictus Gaming, you've got a measure of both here, right? You got Jace in the top lane for the Shy, but all round, great all-in potential.
Your only real all-in is at Nautilus, right? So that's actually going to be the difficult thing, is how are you going to lock down Angel or Huanfeng going into this game? Obviously, you do have a ton of scaling on that side, though, with the Aphelios, the Trundle, the Orianna. So for IG, it's going to be all about the later stages of the game, but even then, can you get on Suning's comp?
I mean, coming into this segment, coming into this matchup, we talked about what IG need to do while Rookie is carrying the team and has been, feels like for a while now. The Shy needs to perform better. he's on a pick that needs to perform the lane and then move around the rest of Invictus game.
You actually don't really want to move around. We do want to see Ning play towards the top side, but just get Jace that advantage, let him start taking down plates and then snowballing into the mid stages of the game. Obviously, IG's draft and their play style have always just been about getting favorable lane matchups.
Let me just reiterate, maybe the Shy just needs not to die as much as he's been doing. Simple?
I feel like when you're put on this Jace, just not dying isn't enough. Like, let's say he goes even in this matchup, going into the mid stage of the game, he's just going to be, kind of a nicer minion.
I feel like I've set a pretty low bar here. We'll run into Summoner's Rift, IG Sooning. Remember in spring, this one was bloody and the Shy put on a masterclass, even on something like the Ornn. Now on the Jace, we're looking at Invictus Gaming with very critical minds. A team that's already started off the split 0-1 by getting pummeled by Team WE. Sooning, 2-1 start. They've played a lot of series, but they've come rolling here towards the top of the standings. And as now we're on to Summoner's Rift, we're going to see if this matchup is weighed in Sooning's favor or if IG can find that resurgence to kick off their split.
I really want to see...
Sword Art. Okay, he's of course going to start the face breaker here. Puff won't have to flash yet, but it is phase rush and a bit of damage on top of Puff, who won't really be able to back here at this point, but it's going to do it anyway. Maybe I'm wrong. I've been wrong quite a lot here today already. Now, runes, anything that interests you, Lyric?
No, everything's pretty standard, especially since we've started to see more Zoes go towards that.
Unsealed Spellbook.
Unsealed, thank you so much.
Hey, dude, it's a rough start, dude. I was talking about Jace grouping, forgetting names of Unsealed Spellbook. That's okay. It's our first game. We haven't been together for a while, have we?
It has been.
How long's it been? At least 2 days?
Been quite a long time.
Hey,
I mean, we didn't cast yesterday. We didn't cast on Wednesday.
When did we cast last?
Tuesday.
Hey, that's at least a week.
I want to see what Ning ends up doing here because you could look for like a level 2 gank mid, try to get that flash blown from Angel, and then have Rookie pretty much control the lane for the next 5 minutes. Or is he going to go, looks like a single target clear, which will bring him back towards the top side because, again, you really want to start influencing this top lane matchup.
I mean, we'll get spotted out if he goes anywhere past those single buffs as well. Note that there is an early ward put down towards bottom side river. None from IG. Defensive ward up towards the top side to see if SOFM goes for an invade now. SOFM as a jungler, very aggressive, very targeted towards getting a bit of a power clear and getting his own lead.
Yeah, but instead he's actually going to full clear as the Lee Sin, so not feeling any...
Yeah, I know you're looking for a trade here. Just an auto attack in the end, half health each. As Unsealed Spellbook both as a flash forward on top of Puff. Heal has to be burnt. The Haymaker, I believe, a bit short there after the Ignite, and Puff will survive.
Sword Art playing so well, though, and I know a lot of question arts from Sword Art. Sword Art's still going.
I think, was Ning spotted out? Maybe not. Huan Fong left out here. He's going to walk back to lane.
But he's in a really awkward position, actually. Yeah. Even Lee Sin's nearby.
And so because Ning's down there, they don't spot out Sword Art making the roam. Remember, Facebreaker is there. Angel with a Sleepy Trouble Bubble needs to hit, but instead, the damage comes out of this set support while Flash burnt in the bottom lane. That was awkward in both lanes.
Yeah, so they opt into having Sword Art go for the roam when the lane state isn't that good, but still, you're an Ezreal, so you can play back in the lane, so it's a bit of a misstep from Huan Fong, and I don't know, that was really interesting from Ning. Didn't amount to anything.
As we're looking towards the top side now, the Shy gets low. Not really enough mana to follow forward, but he does his combo and Bin heals up. The Shy at 1/4 health.
I mean, this matchup is Jace favored. Obviously, early on, you are ranged against melee matchup. It is another reason you take the phase rush, because obviously, if Aatrox can all in you, he can come out ahead, but that was really just the Shy, misstepping and getting hit by absolutely everything Aatrox has to offer.
Again, follows the story of what the Shy is now versus what he was. Top lane CS even here as SOFM's down towards the bottom side. Gonna be spotted out here, I believe, Lyric, because Puff is really far up in this lane. Has the Gravitum, but no, they're not going to commit. Sword Art used his flash earlier.
SOFM missed his Sonic Wave as well.
Okay.
And actually, moving back towards the top side, we can see that IG, once again, just hard playing for the Shy, does recall, buys the call, and immediately TP's back to lane, so he's going to have a slight item advantage now. Of course, he's going to have 3 corrupting pots, no pots on the side of Bin, so this is where we need to start seeing an advantage built.
Also remember there's biscuits there as well, just to add insult to injury. Ning sticking around on this top side, does put a ward towards the top side river. Excuse me, it's actually a Scuttle Crab. Now that SOFM is here as well, level 4 Lee Sin, positioning around that shadow opportunity for that top lane.
Yeah, I want to see Ning go up, do his Krugs, and then shadow topside, see the Shy get down his control ward, and then, again, start playing aggressively for these plates, and maybe even Ning come for a gank because it does look like the wave's going to push into the Shy. It's actually thinning it out, so probably not, actually.
A very stable early game for a team like IG, Luke.
Stable's a good word, but it's definitely been a very eventful early game, especially from what we've seen from Sword Art.
I'm still sticking with stable, though. You're right about eventful. I noticed that those summoners towards the bottom side we saw burnt are still on a bit of a cooldown there with Ignite for Sword Art, but we're focusing towards SOFM, who's going to go towards a jungle that is completely empty. Ning is also backing away. Just gets the control ward down, walks away through mid, and a bit towards the bottom side to clear instead.
Overall, I feel like you're fine if you're IG with how the early game's gone so far, right? We've already talked about it. Orianna, Aphelios coming in, the Trundle as well.
What needs to get rolling here? Where is the momentum need to be shifting? Or rather, who needs to start this early to mid-game off with a bit of a snowball, sir?
I want to see Suning start playing around their strong pick potential from mid-jungle to try to translate that into some pressure on an objective.
Okay. As you've seen already, Angel, if we're talking about mid-jungle, at least just this mid laner, Angel has a shove in, but IG, meanwhile, with the bottom side push that came through Puff and Southwind, will start the Dragon Infernal to kick us off, but I don't think this is going to go blindly through. Speaking of blind, in SOFM goes, but it is taken away. No steal for you. Ignite down, flash over, chop for first blood. Teleport being used here by Rookie as well, but that'll just get him back to lane, and that's a net win for IG.
And that was pretty disappointing on the side of Suning, though, because Angel had full priority in mid lane. We obviously saw that Suning's bot lane was able to follow. Had Angel moved a bit earlier, they coordinated that a bit better. I actually feel like that could have been a pretty good skirmish for the side of Suning.
And he had Angel who's level 6 as well for the range advantage, but instead they go quietly into the night as Troll Bubble's going to miss here once again. Rookie does have the Shockwave available. Angel, not much in the mana bar.
He's probably just going to push and then look to recall. Is going for these aggressive trades now.
But Southwind's here. He's made the roam. Shockwave comes through, but Ignite is down as well. Zoe has the heal. Flash away by Rookie. Southwind, does he have the damage as a support right here? Needs a dredge line to pull back in Angel, but the minion wave coming forward. Rookie low enough as it is.
Still very close from Angel. I think SOFM might just be able to come and find this.
Yeah, he's got positional advantage here. Rookie still low, not in a minion wave to take, but he misses the Sonic Wave. Cripple to find its mark, but Southwind still with the re-engages, then gets Great Pillar. Flash burnt by Angel, and Rookie gets the kill. Suning making some big mistakes here.
And that's twice this game with SOFM missing the critical cues, and IG just finding themselves in a much better position than we set up for them this game.
Because the one thing is, if you talk about Invictus Gaming, if you want to pile on these high-risk, high-reward situations, in the past, IG have always been the team that'll take that trade.
Yeah, they've always been happy to do that. And Rookie getting a bit, I don't want to say outplayed, because just Zoe, doing Zoe things, picking up those nice summoner spells and out-trading quite well, which, going back to Spring, I don't know if you remember, we have that famous Rookie clip of him solo killing Angel. Rookie was on the Jace, Angel was on the Zoe. And yeah, here we just see SOFM come in, tries to land that Sonic Wave, of course, misses. Ning does come in time. Angel has no mana left. SOFM already burned every cooldown. Southwind flashing in, and the W coming out from Rookie securing the kill.
That was kind of nice. That was like near perfect timing as well. So props here to the mid laner and the combination of Southwind roaming up to the mid lane. He's been everywhere so far in this early game. Now currently around that Rift Herald, which is being started by SOFM. The ward's been put down, but Ning doesn't look like he wants to go there just yet.
It's also pretty awkward because Suning's bot lane is coming off of a base, so you don't know where they are as IG. But obviously Puff was just in the bot lane, so you don't want to risk a numbers advantage fight.
Especially not with Bin joining this and making this a little bit quicker. So this is going to be Rift Herald, first one of the game, or should I say series, going over to Suning as Huan Fong has made the trade up as well. Looks like we're committing to changing lanes on the side of Suning.
Yeah, and it's interesting because we just have the Shy picking up the serrated Dirk, so this is where he'd start being able to bully in the straight 1v1, but Suning finding a way around that.
For now, at the very least. You're talking about the mid-jungle 2v2 here for Suning before. Now that it's been influenced with the gank through the mid lane and the change of lanes, what happens next?
To be honest, when you do have the Orianna Trundle, right, that's not much of a mid-jungle 2v2 on their side. And now that SOFM has picked up this Herald, I feel like it's just going to be about getting plates onto your Ezreal.
Got to pause there for a second. Sword Art gets phase rush, can't get onto the Shy. Paying a bit of respect here, while IG towards the bottom side, they'll be able to get a turret plating or two. But you mentioned the Rift Herald before. It's obviously going to be much quicker with the Bulwark bonus.
Still, even going back to that initial base coming out from Suning's bot lane, Hwanfeng ended up missing a bunch of CS on the bot side to where IG's bot lane has obviously missed out on none, and they should probably still be the ones to pick up first turret.
Sword Art narrowly misses out there. Kick back into the turret here. Sonic Wave, good little face breaker. Sword Art gets jumped on as well. Hammered back, but the Shy can't make that outplay happen. It will be first turret blood here to the side of IG's bottom lane. But you look top, you look at the kill with Rift Herald now placed down.
The disappointing thing is, had the Shy just been a bit more patient, Southwind was going to come. So obviously the Shy just having confidence in an outplay, hoping that he can stop them from getting the turret down low enough to take it. And even with him dying, we're in that scenario. So the Shy just giving over a free kill.
Yep, he's going to come back in about 2 seconds now. Southwind does deny the Rift Herald, and teleport going to be used by the Jace. So first turret wasn't actually achieved, or rather a trade-in turret by Suning.
Interesting because the Shy actually bought an Executioner's Calling, refunded it, and then picked up the Call Field. So instead just wanting to get closer to that first item power spike.
Note as well that IG, 2k gold ahead on the top of your screen at 10 minutes. Ocean's coming up in about 20 seconds, but considering that Suning are backing here, that you can see everyone rotating down on the bottom side, looks like IG have priority.
It's actually strange because with the fact that he did just finish that Call Fields, went back up top, he used his teleport. So Suning could have said, hey, you've committed this man to topside. We're just going to 5-man dragon, look for this play. They decide not to. And like you said, if IG wanted to, they could have already started this Drake.
And they're heading towards it now. Rookie actually pushes out the wave, gets turret plating as well. Sword Art going to be spotted out on the top side. So committing to the dive / the first turret take for Suning. Meanwhile, sacrificing quite a lot.
And IG going to be making their way towards the Mountain Soul. Of course, that's just going to be nice up against the poke coming out from the side of Suning.
All right, Bin's pretty tanky. As inner turret going to be contested. Ning is walking down towards the bottom side, but Rookie's backing. And at this point, just a bit of damage on the turret seems to be all you can get, while for Suning, they finally get that topside turret themselves. The wave is crashing in. Suning committing towards the top side with assistance pings coming down.
I expect them to just rotate towards mid. Rookie coming from base. I feel like they can deduce that he's going to go cover the Shy.
I hate this champion. I hate this champion so much.
I feel like the audience knows how much you hate this champion because you make it very known every time we cast
I'm pretty subtle about it. You got to be joking, mate. I'm a fair guy. He's actually 20 CS up in that bottom lane, as a side note. Heading towards that Infinity Edge, pretty damn close, versus the Manamune and the Sheen already picked up by Hwanfeng. So that kill makes it pretty even for 80 carry versus 80 carry.
And looking towards mid, Rookie already having the Luden's Echo to where Angel's still only sitting on those components.
We don't normally see the Luden's Echo anymore. It's more about the hose coming through, but I guess okay, Shockwave instead going to come through. Angel, is he going to get solo killed? No, he flashes away. The command dissonance almost finds its mark, and once again, Angel getting PTSD.
Two really close solo kills this game from both mid laners, and Angel's actually had a bit of a quieter split so far, right? He's kind of struggled in lane, which I'd say last split we did see SOFM put a bit more emphasis on mid lane, to where this split we've seen him look towards top, and no really stand-out games coming out from Angel other than his one game on the castle.
Strange, because the dynamic was very different as SOFM chunked once. We just keep looking back towards mid lane because IG, being 3k gold ahead, find turret plate after turret plate. Look at the shine. The top lane as the engage comes through. The kick onto Pup, but SOFM gets low. Over the wall, they'll find the engage on top of Pup, but a good dredge line to come through as the set ulti with the face breaker into the backline. Suning may have found Pup, but they've committed so much to an 80 carry they can't kill. Rookie over the wall expends the last of his mana to do some dirty damage. And Suning once again lose the trade.
And let's remember, IG's comp is completely okay with this. They have a lot of AoE damage coming out from Pup and Rookie, but they don't have consistent engage. So if Suning are the ones running into them, that feels great for IG.
So much burnt to find the most fed member on Summoner's Rift, and Puff survives. You see his gold towards the left-hand side of your screen. A 1-0 80 carry with Infinity Edge leading the charge alongside the Shy, surprisingly enough.
Also going to be really rough for the side of Suning because, again, this more like pseudo-poke composition is a lot more of a tempo-based comp. You need to be able to move first, get the vision down, get on the objective first to lay down that poke. And Jace is always going to be able to outpush Aatrox in a side wave. Orianna able to instantly clear waves. And SOFM looking for it. Does get chunked real low. I like the confidence coming out from Bin, but once again, IG's composition loves when Suning are the ones running into them. Even Angel getting very close. Puff surviving by, you know, just the edge of a knife. And
Southwind too.
yeah, both of them get out alive, and they do pick up 1 kill, and they're the ones on the way to Dragon Soul.
Eyes to the scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen. It's only 1-3, and you might say it's an IG game. Why aren't there more kills? Well, IG have been dominating through these lanes, almost up 5,000 gold at 15 minutes. Now pushing into the enemy jungle with the Rift Herald sitting there as SOFM will get the kick back. Sword Art has to make his way over to this jungle, but Ning can just walk past the turret. Now it's about Suning finding the re-engage.
Ooh, but IG's here, actually.
They don't find Sword Art. Important face breaker coming up as Puff walking away. Ning, they're just going to accept he's dead at this point. Against the wall, and the kill does go over to the Lee Sin, so probably not the most optimal, but Suning do find the jungler.
Rookie and the Shy were in the mid lane, but this actually should translate to IG picking up a mid lane turret. Still, though, Suning will be able to start Herald.
Yep.
So hopefully should be able to theoretically get that gold in return somewhere else later on.
Curious if IG are able to set up off the mountain in 40 seconds from this.
Ning is going to be alive, so the fact that Suning are on the top side now, everyone from IG can just come from base, get that vision set up for the Drake, and
look at the bottom right hand. You screen 1,900 gold. They almost picked up 15 bits of turret plating. It has been a while since we've seen a number that close.
it is a bit like the fact that we're at 5K at 16 minutes. This is very reminiscent of spring regular split IG.
It's a much cleaner Invictus Gaming. Granted, there were some, moments up towards the top side with the Shy where he picked up that death when it was meant to be a cleaner trade. We're seeing an Invictus Gaming that are heightened here in Game 1.
Yeah, I would say earlier on we would have liked to see SOFM and Angel look more for the mid-jungle 2v2 and move that up towards the top lane and try to punish the Shy.
But Sword Art walking into the enemy territory. It's not his anymore. The showstopper into the back line, but dead. Dissonance again. Rookie level 11. He's already used a shockwave, but the damage that comes out of this IG roster is massive right now. Another member bites the dust in bin as Graviton finds its mark. IG with 2 more. The mountain was theirs before. It definitely is now.
Yeah, IG are just so far ahead, having that one Infernal, and then, of course, having those item advantages from being 6K up. So easy to get these fights, especially once again, Sword Art is the one trying to find the pick onto IG.
SOFM just gets solo killed by the Shy. The camera didn't have time for that one.
I mean, we look at SOFM's build. He only has a jungle item, hasn't even finished his next item, his Black Cleaver, compared to the Shy, who is sitting on his Ghost Blade as well as one serrated Dirk. So
this is a spanking. This is an IG spanking that, let's be real, coming into this series, we didn't expect IG to perform like this.
IG is so confusing, right? Because we talked about this, like you said, we filmed an episode of The Last Hit, and they're such a hard team to gauge because they obviously have the players that have had the high highs in the past to where it's hard to criticize their style, which, again, I'd say if you show any analyst or coach, they're going to say, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is not how you play League of Legends.
Yep.
But when it's been done successfully, it's so hard to criticize, and they could show up on any day. Even if maybe you can look at Suning and say, hey, they could have done X, Y, and Z better.
I know you're talking a lot about that mid-jungle 2v2. But
which, to be fair, early on in the lane, right, Trundle does have a strong levels 1 through 3 against the Lee Sin, so you actually do have the priority there, but once SOFM does hit that level 5 and level 6 mark, that's when I'd love to see Angel just throw out a Paddle Star, clear out the wave, and put some threat onto the Shy.
But we never got there. I mean, Southwind was constantly hovering around mid and top when he hit that 4, 5, 6 mark. So it's been a really good game from Southwind. He's got the 3 assists to boot to add a bit of insult to injury against Suning. We're keeping track of those dragons because for now, we've got 3 minutes 45 to wait before the Mountain Soul comes up. But IG with a 6K gold lead, hovering around vision, and Southwind says go. Pillar against the wall, Bin can't escape. Rookie with 3 kills this game, and again, leading the charge. This one, Fong, has to pay respect to this massive Orianna.
IG right now just being so decisive, they actually might find more. Because Sword Art and SOFM are in a really awkward position.
That was setting up for the flank before, but Bin just got caught out first with the flash in hand as Puff's going to pick up the turret on top of that.
But look at the Shy. Yeah, I'm glad the camera shows him. Just taking that inhibitor turret in the bot side for free. Bin's still dead, so realistically there is no way Suning can answer.
But the Shy, whoa, as he misses that one onto Juan Fong. If he hits with the 2 lethality items plus a tier, that Jace is going to pretty much one-shot you at this point.
Going back to the early game, I also really like the way the Shy and Ning played out the early laning phase. Yeah. Ning going for that single target clear. Lee Sin realistically not a jungler that's going to be able to gank you at level 2, and then just shadowing for the Shy to get that early reset, TP back, get that control ward placed, having that safety to play out the lane the way he wanted.
You talked about an early laning phase. That's been the problem for the Shy. First 15 minutes of the game have been atrocious for him in that top lane.
It has, and even this game, we saw him kind of losing out on some early trades, but didn't matter. Again, got the recall, came back with the item advantage, and was able to get in a good place once he started getting those lethality items to where he could abuse Bin, but we actually haven't even really seen him lane against Bin. Bin has been avoiding him pretty much this whole game.
Because at this point, you see the 30 CS lead, you see the item disadvantage that Bin's at. Clearing out, backing away, because right now that's all Suning can do, as IG are constantly waiting in the shadows of the rift. And Suning, as they should be, scared to walk out.
Right now, IG, their composition is very straightforward, right? They need these 5v5 team fights. It's going to be all about neutral objectives.
As Pillar's going to land here, Angel against a wall, flashes away from the dissonance. That's half health off one small combo from Rookie. Baron's there, remember. And Suning might have to keep checking this one because Vision's getting cleared out.
And that was just kind of a facepalm moment coming up from Suning where Angel's waiting in that brush for so long, and they end up, control warding it after he gets pillared and has to blow the flash.
As trouble going to land, that means nothing at this point, though. Suning do have some defensive vision, but now Baron is completely cleared away. IG moving in the skirts here as here's the Sonic Wave, isn't resonating strike. Rookie over the wall, but he survives. Shockwave gets SOFM, and that's the blunder. Over the wall, IG are too damn far forward. As never mind, because Ning is so tanky. The Shy walking forward yet again. Bin takes a shock blast without the acceleration gate as Ning cleans up the rest. 2 more kills, IG survive, and this could just be the nail in the coffin.
And Ning's having a really good game coming into this series. We said Ning was the player that really needs to step up and can make or break IG. We know what their bot lane's going to do. We know Rookie's going to play well, but on the side of IG, it is all about this jungler. He's doing so good, and even the shot calling really being on point from IG this game.
It's been a clean game 1 for Invictus Gaming. I didn't expect IG to go up from their very first series. As we look back at this again, and SOFM thought he found Rookie.
Yeah, SOFM has been the one trying to find a lot of these engages. Goes in, Rookie flashes away. They burst him down instantly. Ning knows he has the damage to go in. Swordart really does nothing to him, and just that ultimate coming out, finishing Angel off is absolutely beautiful.
Subjugate and red buff combined do a bit of a bucket load here for this press the attack Trundle. He's 2 levels over SOFM, and coming back to your point about Ning, he has been the better jungler this game. He has been on point, and now showing it here with Mountain Soul on the horizon. Going to be hard for Suning to stop this one.
Yeah, maybe if you're Suning, you just look for a steal, but
yeah, there's a flash one. Fong tries the Arcane Shift away as the Shockwave comes in, and there you go. Mountain Soul, unless SOFM can steal this.
You have the execute on your Q. It is always a 50-50, but you're not going to get that Q, so should just be an IG Dragon, but they're taking it very patiently.
They are. They're waiting for Suning to overstep, and that Shock Blast says, SOFM, I dare you.
And they just keep going, and yeah, I like this. Just block it as Southwind. They secure the Dragon. Rookie posturing so far forward aggressively, and now they just have to go back to the setup they have the Shy push out a side lane, the other group up is 4, you can have the Shy even just solo push one lane, rotate over, lay down that Shockwave.
I mean, at this point, it might not even matter because he's teleporting in, and Invictus Gaming love to fight. They're going to show us how. Over the wall, SOFM looking for escape, but he's dead while we look back to Bin, who's just getting pummeled against the wall. Running away, that's what he'll do. But IG group is 5, and they say the bottom turret is how we'll end this game.
They actually might even just be able to keep going. They're definitely tanky enough to try and dive these Nexus turrets if they want.
Inhibitor goes down. Shockwave is the first blunder of the game, but it doesn't really matter at this point. He still does so much damage. Nexus turret's the focus, and Swordart needs one hell of an engagement. Never mind, your mid lane is dead. Angel back to the fountain as Bin and Huan Feng watch in awe as Invictus Gaming finally show us what we saw in spring. The team that dominates the early game and shuts you up before you can have anything to say about it. Game 1 in the bag, SOFM onto Rookie, but he's dead by Puff. The Nexus theirs, 12-2, a 24-minute stop.
Even Southwind with those engages, constantly finding the picks with his Q, look really good coming in from them. And On the side of Suning, I'm really disappointed because we saw them find that early pressure in the bot lane from Sword Art's flash engage. They did get Puff to blow the heal. He even then made the roll mid, got some priority in the mid lane, and we didn't see them abuse this window with SOFM.
I mean, the expectation from Suning was that they would stand up here and most likely look like the better team with the start that they had in the LPL Summer. So far, that was not the Suning we expected, but it was the back burner IG that come out from time to time.
Suning came into this series the favorite in my mind, but looking to draft, it does seem like IG got absolutely everything that they wanted. They got to pick their matchup in the top lane, got to pick their matchup in the mid lane. The only thing they didn't exactly control was, the support matchup, but still, you got the Aphelios, and Aphelios, Ezreal, both are very strong in this meta. I feel like you actually are happy with either one, and IG coming out on top.
And Puff just ended up farming and just doing what Puff does. I think Puff has shown us in spring that as an AD carry, he can be that stable member of the roster. A conversation we've talked about many times with Invictus Gaming, where the bottom lane is the stability that enables people like the Shy and, I guess, Rookie in a sense, play the way they do.
Like, let's be honest. Puff and Southwind have gotten a lot of criticism, but they've gotten so much criticism, I'd say in the same vein that you criticize someone like Xiaohu, where when you're on a roster that's expected to win LPL and potentially challenge for a Worlds or MSI victory, you can't just be, let's say, above average. Your fans want the best bot lane. They want the best mid laner in the case of RNG, so...
And that was clean. That was the best form of IG. Again, 24 minutes, 10 seconds. Everything taken. Only 1 turret and 2 kills to deny the perfect game.
And the damage is very showing that we did come in with the right story, that this team right now is the rookie show still. I'd say Ning and Southwind playing very good as well and enabling that to show through, but IG picking up their first win of the split.
And the Shy got more kills than deaths in that game. Now that's impressive, because recently we haven't been able to say that whatsoever.
We have not been able to say good things about the Shy in a very long time, so just happy he comes in. We see a few hiccups, but plays his laning phase generally well. Does get out, doesn't really have to interact much with the team. Has some very good shock blasts, which are shown by his damage, so overall did his job.
So for Invictus Gaming, I guess the tide's turned, and now after our, again, opening segment, which was all about IG, letting down their fans and kind of letting down the LPL expectations, now that swings around, and if they play like that, that's an IG that we suddenly go, okay, scoot them back into the top 4. We think they're back to normal.
Judging IG is always going to be hard. I even think saying scooting back into the top 4 is fine. The question is, right, it's just always going to be hard to gauge this team and where they're going to end up from the way they play and the way that they draft, because they do still bring out constantly the same picks. The Orianna, the Jace. Like, we can try and predict them bringing out things like the Twisted Fate, like these meta options, but IG's always going to go back to what's comfort.
And they showed us there in game 1. Welcome back to IG, but see what Suning can bring as we go to a break heading into this second game.
还是要打，威武上单过来了，还是想接 ，TP God 扫一圈，没有扫到草丛里面，扫到了，知道草丛这里有一个女坦，女坦这里有一点点危险，被铺了一个腹地，
但很
旁边一个黄牌，这边定一下，定的还不错，
这个位置好难受呀。
拧下来，再用罪名定了一下，好像所有人都要倒了。
鳄鱼也只能一上墙，这样一来。 他可能只有那种就先做事业找机会。
这波梅口好像有点小迷路，弱者推上没有推到，反而
推一下，
反手开关
是有一个秒表的。旁边加辽大招下来，一个宇宙之辉，保持也保一下自己的队友。这流到的是一个谁？流到的是一个宝石，宝石被吸了回来。不过旁边一个拉，奥迪这个拉的实在太漂亮了，直接是击杀掉了 icon。
不错呀，
但这波 EDG 还是不太敢动这个条小龙啊，
因为大招交的差不多了，
还是要利用视野埋伏吧。现在视野是个大问题，这里双踩。
poke 了一下，
哎，这里
又回去了，
杀，还是最后一下点燃，一个点
起来了，
太仔细。看到我很意外吗？
很危险。
这边要等人，因为现在还身上没眼。 南疆这样是没眼的，有点危险。这个位置直接定到后排，这找的是一个希德拉，希德还是最后一丝血。西叶这还没有死，但是被铁男给收掉了。铁男直接收下了西叶的一个人的后面，猴子进场，大闹天宫，切厄菲留斯，厄菲留斯被切死了。 威武最主要的一个输出点已经没有了。后面这边关的一个轮回绝境，关的是一个巨魔，但巨魔并没有用啊，因为巨魔其实没有多少输出。BBQ 开了一个金身，要拖下时间，但出来的时候队友已经没有了。
梅口这边是在
开到 C 位的话，
一口位置，
哎，
但
高大来了，这里是有一个，他是有一个疾跑的，嘲讽到了4个人，这波星火眼一下去直接爆炸，在我们这空中炸出了一个烟花。虽然是给到了一个宇宙光辉，保住了一下自己的兄弟，但是没有任何的办法，因为输出实在是太低了。
而且克斯这边也被关注了，出来之后俊佳1枪2枪，奥迪是拿到这个人头，
那这样应该是要1波了。
闪现吸。水银赶紧解掉，往后不断的跳，
但不透啊，
闪现虚弱，再顶一下，再一发全
定在原地，
先下手为强。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. I'm hanging on your every word, the love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound, 'cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
A powerful start here at the end of week number 2 for Invictus Gaming, who pick up their first win, or individual game win at least, of the split after running up against Suning. My name's Asterix. I'm joined by Lyric once again. I'm sorry to point in your face. Rookie has picked up MVP. I think this is a shared MVP, but Rookie still deserves it nonetheless, because on Oriana, this guy tore Suning apart.
Rookie had 35% of his team's damage share in their series against WE, and keeping it very close in this game. This MVP is very deserved, if not only for this game, through the trials and tribulations this man has had to go through over the past month.
Angel put him through some hoops in the early game. He sent it right back, and those hoops got pretty hard to jump through for the Zoe midders. This is just going to be the full highlight of Shockwave and Damage compilation.
And IG as a whole doing a great job of playing around the potential bush threats, right? We saw them constantly looking for these picks and great job, good flash coming out for him, not flashing too soon to bring SOFM along with him, and finding a lot of good shockwaves this game.
I remember it being very much about how Suning could control vision. There was never a point in that game where they could control all the vision against IG, and they constantly got caught out walking into places that IG were maintaining throughout the game. So.
True, right? We said that this is a composition that needs to play more around tempo, needs to get their first up that vision, play around, especially those sleepy trouble bubbles, comboing with the Lee Sin, finding these picks, and just weren't able to do it.
It was a clean game from Invictus Gaming, and one that, you know, I didn't come into this series expecting. It was Suning who started off the split really well, only failed a little bit against JDG where some leads were thrown away. This was a showing from IG in 24-minute fashion that, again, needs to be highlighted because now IG, the boat has flipped.
Yeah, and I want to see this IG show up because I've been a avid defender of IG, which is kind of strange. I wouldn't consider myself a historically an IG fan, but just when you look at this team's accolades and their accomplishments, it's very hard not to try and justify the way they try to play League of Legends, the way they see League of Legends. And let's also remind fans that they did bring back something familiar. They did bring back Coach Chris. Coach Chris, even going all the way back to Season 1, used to be a player for IG, actually. Yeah, did play with Whites and Tabe going back. Was the coach in Season 6 and Season 7. Left for a bit, but now he is returning. IG did announce that earlier today, so that could be something that this roster needed. Alongside
Fly, especially. A coach in his own right who's got a lot of accolades on top of that. So for Invictus Gaming, strength in their coaching staff, strength in the roster is what we saw in that first game. Now the question is, can they continue? Because IG have been a very inconsistent roster in the past.
Let's also remember that in Puff's interview, he said that a lot of the times Fly and Rookie Nishai will just be talking Korean and they don't know what they're saying. So this could be especially a good thing for the Chinese players, especially Ning, who really needs to find form of getting someone with so much knowledge and experience behind him in Coach Chris.
I mean, Ning needed to return to that form that you were questioning at the start of this broadcast. Ning in Game 1 was very much at the point that we wanted to see at the end of last year and also coming out of spring.
And I also feel like it's very hard to change the Shy, so trying to like put your focus on that is almost a null point. Ning's form, in my opinion, is a lot bigger factor in IG's success.
That success shown yet again. On red side, IG have picked it yet again as we go to Suning, who have banned away the Syndra. It's the same bans as you'd expect.
Game 1, Suning did pick the Ezreal. Makes you wonder if they do want to change things up this time. Again, they could opt to go towards that Aphelios. Trundle is another pick that obviously was so massive in that game, and we see his first pick all over the world, even here in the LPL.
You, sir, are wise. But that means you give over what we've seen is the Aphelios for Puff and a strong jungle in return.
To be fair, Puff was one of the people who loved Ezreal in spring, remember? Puff was Varus, and if not Varus, he was traditionally the one who'd move more towards that Ezreal. I'd say even more so than Huanfeng. So, kind of expected pick coming out for him. Okay. Also is good into the Trundle since the Pillar doesn't really give as much threat as to an immobile AD carry.
But now it's more the question of what Ning wants to do. We don't have a Graves on the board. And Ning in the past, especially in 2019, was all about this Jarvan.
That's my thing is, I actually don't think the Graves Kindred style really fits Ning. We actually did see him play a game of Graves up against W. He didn't look too hot, so keep him on these picks. He's very comfortable on Trundle, obviously is one of them. Bring out the Jarvan, obviously not against Trundle, but even bringing out more obscure things like the Zac. Again, not against the Trundle, but
I mean, the Kane as well, if we want to go down that path.
I'm fine with Ning, you know, showing his personality in this draft.
Especially after that first game, I'm definitely more okay with it as well. You got the set instead, though. Still could be flexed around, but for Suning, this was a no-brainer. Now it's about that third pick.
I'd expect the Thresh. Once again, it's Sword Art's best champion. Pairs her with the Aphelios. The thing that surprises me is that we saw it in NALCS and LEC, where teams value Ezreal so much, also because of the fact that you can go with the Ezreal Yuumi. Here in the LPL, we do not care about Ezreal Yuumi.
Especially not in the early phase.
We care about Ezreal. We don't care about Yuumi.
We're going to care what we partner it with. Southwind in Game 1 was great on the Nautilus too. Note that that's open. We're talking about change in priority.
Ooh.
Different direction even here with the Bard.
I honestly expected the set to go towards the bottom lane because the Shy was not a big set player in spring. Really almost never picked it up. I guess Rookie, it still has a potential flex from mid to top, but Southwind picking up the Bard is very strange. He plays a lot in solo queue, but not competitive.
I think in the LEC last night we did see a set jungle as well, just as a side note.
Yes, we did.
If you're talking about obscure, here in the LPL, set jungle is obscure.
Yeah, the only one who played it last split was SOFM.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so
Ironic.
it's actually, it would be funny if they do end up picking it in this game. And I do want to see where IG go with their 4th pick. As always, you could just pick that Jace, have it as a flex for both lanes. You've already have the Ezreal setting up for this more poke style. Bard's ultimate, of course, works in many ways. You could use it as a disengage tool.
Yep.
And that just seems like what IG would do.
As you got double mid laner ban here, so while we figure out where it's actually going to go, there's been a lot of targeting towards Rookie. New mid lane champion here in the second game.
If Set isn't going to go into the jungle, you would expect a jungle pick here. If they lock in the Zoe, I actually think you might be right on. It actually might be a Set jungle.
It would suit someone like Ning.
Because typically you wouldn't save jungle for a pick 5, right?
Yeah.
Of course, Set could also be flexed from top to jungle, so
I mean,
you
IG
do still
red
have
side,
that value.
IG red side play with their opponents, as we saw last year heavily.
Ooh, and like we talked about last game, when you pick a Zoe, it does open up a very nice Twisted Fate pin. And obviously, this is what Angel was known for last year when
Best
you and
champion.
Raz were here on the desk.
Yeah, that was a while ago. But Angel's best pick, to reiterate on that, and something that suits him so damn well. But now it's more about the Renekton, the Aatrox in this top lane matchup.
Yeah, that's actually all he's played this split so far. So now he's played 8 games, counting game 1, and he's only played Renekton, Aatrox, and Wukong. So he's going to lock in the Renekton.
Yeah, okay. Let's go. Point towards it. Did you want this? Instead, a Camille for Bin.
Now I wonder if IG will go for the Akali, because the Shy spams Akali whenever someone picks Camille in solo queue.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say it fits their comp very well. This Fiora doesn't fit the comp extremely well either.
But you know, IG, it's not about fitting.
You could just opt into the Jace matchup, which is a bit skill. Camille does have abilities to all in and get those good trades on the Jace, but nope. Instead, I like this, just opting into complete lane domination, which is what we know the Shy for.
And it does finally confirm that that is going to be set towards the jungle as well, just to reiterate. So the Shy going for the Renekton is not something I'd expect. I'd expect more of a high-risk, high-reward matchup for this top laner. But for Bin, the size of this man in the top lane, we don't have many Camille players outside of Natural on DMO. So this is a pleasant surprise.
Whoa, 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 whoa. We have quite a few Camille players.
Okay, name 2 more.
We have Natural, we have Kingin, we have...
Okay.
Oh, God, wait, that actually might be the end of it
All
right
right,
there.
well, I had one of them. I put Natural in. So we have 2 Camille players and now a 3rd.
Yeah, so... Okay, you're right. But
Well done. But it is, you got to say, it's a big surprise.
it is. It's. I mean, is it a surprise?
Yes.
This is what Bin's known for. It's his main in solo queue is obviously what he was hyped up for coming into the split. And even last split, right? It's kind of funny that all of our players who made Camille also made Jax, because he did play Camille and Jax last split.
That is true. I guess surprised because we've seen what happened to that top side. We saw what happened in game 1 where Bin was pretty much a non-factor. And the Shy's Jace prevented anything from happening. We're going into a second game where expectations are very different considering how that first game went. But more importantly, the drafts have very different layers here, Lyric.
Yeah, yes, they do. On the side of Sunings, it's pretty straightforward that they've drafted this pick comp. It obviously has elements for the 1-4, right? Camille's always going to be a threat in that side lane. But ideally, we want to play around this Twisted Fate's Destiny and the Death Sentence coming out from Sword Art. On the side of IG, their comp has a little bit of everything, honestly, right? They have some early game skirmishing coming out from the Renekton, and Set Jungle is very strong in those river skirmishes. Obviously, you have elements of Poke and Siege coming out from the Zoe and Ezreal. And Bard, he works in both ways, right? Because you're very based around your ultimate. It works in engage and disengage settings.
I'm very upset. He's picked Elder Bard instead of the Astro Bard, which we've seen from...
I want to see where Ning goes with Rune Choice.
Oh, that's true. Is it Phase Rush?
No, so it's
Conqueror.
actually funny. I was wrong. SOFM wasn't the only person who played this last, but I remember Lian also played Set Jungle, and he did also play Conqueror, which I don't think makes too much sense. I would prefer the Phase Rush, or if you want to go...
We're going for an invade, but the Shy can just walk away from this one.
Yeah, you kind of looked at me, and I got excited that we were going to have some action.
I saw a Camille walking top side, and I thought, let's go. Well, with a Thresh. So, Lyric, across the board, just a quick rune checkup for you, because Unsealed Spellbook for mages in the mid lane has been the accepted norm. for the past couple of weeks.
I mean, we've seen it a lot on Zoe, and it's obvious it's been the go-to rune on Twisted Fate, so maybe Rookie bringing that out on Orianna is the one you could question. You could also obviously go with an Aerie, but because you're not able to poke Zoe in that matchup, right, she has the range, going for Unsealed Spellbook works, but of course this is standard on Twisted Fate. You're not going to see the Omni Stone build in competitive play, in my opinion. It doesn't fit Twisted Fate's play pattern all that well. It is quite reliable. Works very well in solo queue, but...
The Omni Stone, the roll of the dice. It's funny enough because even Omni Stone in the bottom lane on the sets changed as well. We've moved away from the potential of that rune. Like,
my thing is, especially for Twisted Fate, is... with this build, the fact that you are going into an early like Rod of Ages, you're building up AP, you have a lot more wave clear, and you don't win almost any lane matchup. So having that survivability and playing more of a burst role in these team fights suits Twisted Fate a lot more rather than a DPS.
But let's look towards the top side because the Shy's still level 1, no way of escaping this, so he wants to take the 1 versus 1, but with the help of jungle and Bin being that healthy, SOFM just presses Q and the Shy dies first.
You know what? We found the answer. So game 1, Lee Sin is not a champion that can gank at level 2. But if you pick a champion that can gank at level 2, you pick a Trundle, you pick a Jarvan,
he just walked into lane.
The Shy's just done.
And 6 CS to 8, but the first kill of the game going over to SOFM with Bin getting the shove in this lane as well. So you can see already Suning kicked this one off with a bang.
The good thing for Suning is obviously you're already kickstarting the scaling coming out from this Camille. The kind of alright thing for IG is this shouldn't change the dynamic of the lane.
Okay. So tell me more about the comp of IG, because if there's a dynamic to be played to the top side, where else should I be looking? What's the overall game plan?
So Set Jungle is a lot more known as, I'd say his 2 strengths are dueling in river, very strong early on, and 2, he's very good in dives because the enemy doesn't have anywhere to actually run, and then you could set up for, you know, the Haymaker tanking that turret.
Damage mitigation, yeah.
But you don't really have... You could dive top, which is why we're seeing SOFM play so heavily around Bin, so he never gets in that position. But if we look at bot lane, diving bot lane, kind of hard until we hit the level 6 point and we have the ultimate coming out from Bard. So I'd say that's kind of our big waiting point for IG's comp.
Okay.
It's very focused on mid-game, right? We have a Zoe, we have a Renekton, we have an Ezreal against the Ophelio. So on the side of Suning, you have some good scaling. On the side of IG, all about the mid-game.
Yeah, because you also mentioned the Destiny as well and how Angel influences this game. We're going to pause because SOFM, a level behind of Ning, is on this top side as Bin's on the wrong side. Has to flash away, but the Shy gets the lockdown. Ning just walks at him. Facebreaker being held onto. Misses, though, but the Haymaker to secure, and Ning still picks up the kill. It's a return of blood in the top lane.
Yeah, I like this coming out from IG. They know that Suning's still posturing around, trying to find kills in that top side. It really is the only place you can look for the side of IG early on, and they're just going to try to keep the Shy strong. Ning picking up a kill is good as well.
But the bigger part of this is that the Shy is the person who has the lead in this lane, right? Massive wave shoving against SOFM.
Yeah.
He can't hold it all back, so 20 CS lead up here, and the Shy sticking around to be in use.
Still SOFM being quite the bro.
Yeah, not a bro. He flashes solo kill on the jungler. He'll die, but the Shy just says, come at me.
And yeah, that was great. And ultimately, the wave is still going to be in a good place for the Shy, right? He's going to walk back up top lane. It's going to be pushing into him. So ultimately, I don't feel like he lost anything really going for that. Maybe shouldn't blow the flash to commit, but still. Doesn't matter. Good wave state, has already winning the CS and guarantees a kill for himself.
We'll see how this top side, this first gank from Ning was set up because he was spotted late.
Yeah, spotted late, but we already see Bin committed before he was spotted, it looked like. But still, they knew Ning was there. So the fact that he just had pathed up and overcommitted is very questionable coming in from Bin. And it guarantees IG the kill.
After what was a really nice setup to the lane from SOFM.
Because the E makes sense. You had not yet seen Ning.
Yeah.
Him running forward after that is the questionable part.
So maybe a bit of jitters here. We're looking towards the top side. Massive wave shoving into the Shy. You mentioned the lane state, and there you go. Right there is Bin underneath turret. Is going to take 1 turret shot too many. The Shy bullies him out, picks up their CS, and there's still that 10-15 CS lead with Bin now backing away without a TP.
I just love that we see both players playing for lane. We already saw that Bin backed and got the double Dorans. Of course, the Shy having double Dorans as well as 2 longswords, so we know Bin and the Shy are very the same mold of player. It's all about fighting and getting those solo kills.
Not the only lane that's really playing for this lane state, right? Look at Rookie. CS lead here in the mid lane by about 10 over Angel. But Angel now has the Destiny available, and SOFM is nearby against Rookie, who may have flash, but not really that much mana. Looks like SOFM just going to help shove this wave and give Angel good back time.
Exactly. Just going to get that back timing, come to lane. If Rookie opts to back 2, you could even try to find a window looking for a bot gank because Hwanfeng and Sorda are already coming off their recall. And you don't expect Twisted Fate to win this lane. Even though TF is good, I'd say a good pick into Zoe. He's good into champions that don't really have that kill pressure in lane.
Okay.
You obviously also have the Unsealed Spellbook, so very easy for you to opt into something like a cleanse, a barrier, a heal.
But when Angel starts moving around the map, does Rookie have to match? Obviously, it's going to be a bit slower. That's a bit of a long question. I have to pause again. Sword Art is over the wall this time, but there is a ward there. SOFM hanging outside of vision, but the Shy's just backing away. And away he goes.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I actually didn't get to see if the wave was already bouncing back to him or if it was in... Okay, so it's actually in an unfavorable position. So my guess is the Shy just having good sense that Suning were there, so...
A good sense for the Shy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Vax does get more items in his inventory. Is going to come back and be able to win out in these trades against Bin.
Has gone for the Vampiric Scepter. Interesting. As you've said many times, we do not see Blade of the Ruined King Renekton's very much.
No, almost never. Like here in the LPL, Blade of the Ruined King Renekton really isn't a thing. We've seen it once. It was actually from Bin himself, but obviously going to be great in this isolated 1v1 and also gives Renekton a bit of a scaling component to him, which I like.
I'd be curious because we've also seen Renektons go Death Dance. So a little bit rarer as well. But we'll pause. Bottom lane, IG, start up this dragon. Once again, the first objective of the game taken by the red side.
It's also pretty strange where we've seen Angel have 2 windows where he could have already used Destiny. One coming straight off that base, and we saw another one about 30 seconds ago where he'd forced the wave in, but not wanting to look for any plays. You obviously have kill threat in both of your side lanes.
Might be using it now because Destiny will come through onto the Shy, who has Dominus available. Pillar against the wall. Will have to burn it at half health. The Shy survives while Trouble Bubble doesn't connect. That's subjugation with the Ignite on top. The Shy will survive. There's the first TF ulti.
Remember how you asked me earlier if Rookie wants to follow these Destinies?
Yeah.
Well, ideally, if Angel's getting, a full Destiny into the side lane, Rookie's not in a position where he could follow. If you're forced to use Destiny like that so close to mid lane, I'd say that feels really bad for Suning.
Yeah. At least a net win for Rookie, right?
I think it's a huge win for the side of IG. That's a massive tool that Suning have to find advantages, and it was wasted.
Bit of a big cooldown at this point. Angel only level 7. Southwind's coming to the mid lane as well, matching Sword Art. In the first game, we were praising Southwind a lot for his ability to roam in this early game, doing it once again.
Here, but Sword Art and SOFM are also on their way up.
Flash is available, though. How quickly do they kill Bin? Challenger Smite into the Hextech Ultimatum. Sword Art helping out his bro as the Shy gets hooked in. He has no dominance from the previous fight. Goes down immediately. The Haymaker is not enough shielding, and Bin picks up a kill. IG exposed, and Suning start this game off with their bang.
And sadly, Southwind was close by, but doesn't have his ultimate up yet, isn't able to buy enough time for Rookie and him to actually join the fight. Great play coming out from Suning. I especially like it from Sword Art, knowing that there's no threat on Hwanfeng in the bot lane. He could just leave him there by himself.
And Bin's just made his presence in this lane known once again. The top lane gank that we saw to kick off the game, then rejected by IG, making the same presence. Bin now has 2 kills. This is a Camille that has a bounty on top of him, has caught back up in CS, and is a big window for Suning.
Yeah, he did just buy the Tiamat. He actually bought the Sheen first, was going to opt into that Triforce right away, but then instead saying, hey, I'm going to go towards the Tiamat. Sure. Just be able to instantly clear out these waves against the Shy, which I like, because he doesn't want to take any sort of trades against him at this point still. I'd say it's still just about getting more farm under your belt and, trying to get more items.
But you used the word scaling briefly for Suning, and especially now that we had this early game that has gone their way a bit. A pretty big moment for Suning to play through.
Yeah, overall, I feel like they do have really good scaling on their side. Of course, once we hit the 2-item mark, no one's going to be able to match Bin in a side lane. He's going to become a really big threat, and we don't need to talk about Aphelios. We talk about Aphelios quite a lot on this broadcast, and of course, TF, not really much of a scaler, but still, you do become a pretty good threat of just destinying into that fight, throwing down that gold card, open up the Zanyas, and giving Hwanfeng and Bin room to, pretty much kill everyone else.
Especially Bin at this point, who trading up in the top side, looking pretty damn good. The Shy at half health, but Dominus is back available, and he's going to start using it as the heal comes through, flashes away, and is matched. The Shy, 4 deaths, Bin with 3 kills.
I like how Suning, walked away, reevaluated their plan, saying, hey, why have IG been struggling so much the past 2 months? Oh, people have just been camping the Shy. Well, let's do it too.
Let's do that, yeah.
And it's obviously working out for them.
many times been talked about, especially at international tournaments where Invictus Gaming's weakness, bully the shy. Again, 1-4. This is not a great start.
One thing I do want to talk about, though, is going into the mid and late game, is where these two compositions want to play completely different formations and map states, to where Suning wants to make the map really big, right? You want to have Bin in one side, Angel in another, and just try to pull these members apart, hopefully find picks with that Destiny and allow Bin to pressure in that straight-up 1v1. To where for IG, it's all about grouping up close, making the map small, throwing down that Bard ultimate, getting on top of Suning, and you just have so much burst that they'll all be dead in an instant.
The setup's insane, but if they fall pretty far behind, it does feel like IG are never going to get that window.
Yeah, I completely agree. So it is going to be interesting to see, because comps like this that abuse having the advantage of globals, because you not only have a TF, he also has TP because he does have Unsealed Spellbook.
Yep.
Rookie does have Ignite, so you're going to constantly have a map pressure advantage, and that just feels so overwhelming when you are behind.
You've already got a 2K gold lead here at 12 minutes in the game. It's like the games are reversed, where IG snowballed the early game, and it was a 24-minute slam in game 1. This game, Suning looking a lot better, and we have an Infernal coming up in 20 seconds where IG are out on the map, but teleport being used here by Angel. We'll see who fights over this dragon.
I'm also really surprised that Bin full-on committed to the Ravenous Hydra, because that is a lot more of a push and move item on Camille, which isn't something he's necessarily looking to do. Might be strong enough at this point, though, where he could just bully out the Shy.
And at the very least,
just ignores the Shy.
We never see it first, right? It's always second or third, of like a compatibility item that goes along Trinity Force and makes us so hard to deal with in the side lane.
And we don't see it typically here on our Camille players, right? On players like Natural or Kingen.
The other two Camille players. We got 3 now. Well, we only said 3. But for Bin, while he's up in the top lane, bottom lane for Suning, they have their Herald. And good Tempered Fate, that's going to deny the charge. Pup and Southwind still sticking around, but Rift Herald will start smacking down. And still a lot of plating to be taken.
Angel does have the Destiny, though, for Rookie's Roam, so he will be able to follow if
Southwind.
IG find an engage.
Really close with that Cosmic Binding. A nice little pillar there as, yep, the Flash going to be burnt here with a good Trouble Bubble into the backline. Ning sets himself up with a great face breaker. IG collapse and Lyric, they get that short amount of space as Sword Art and SOFM only just get away. But through the magical journey, Rookie forward, Flash, Flash, Flash. He's on top of them. Triple kill over to IG. They're back in the game.
And that was great coming out from Rookie. I also like Ning not being afraid to pull the trigger. But on the side of Suning, you knew that play was coming. You saw Rookie walking down through River. You could have, hid down more towards the bottom side of the map, avoid that Sleepy Trouble Bubble. And even more importantly, Angel should have been posturing, looking for that Destiny to help disengage. Bin also had TP as well, but instead just opting into trying to open up the map.
And you've now given the stable rock of Invictus Gaming 3 kills. He's got his first item, bar the as well as the blasting one, excuse me. And they picked up a turret. IG were behind by about 3,000 gold. They've now caught up at 14 minutes. They picked up the dragon and have reset themselves for the Mountain Rift.
And obviously, this is where IG's comp is going to be very strong, with Rookie picking up some items, as well as the Shy on this Renekton. So giving them a very nice win condition to play for in Seoul.
Good trouble level.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. Huanfeng and SOFM not on the same page. SOFM dodging, Huanfeng just kind of standing, taking it. Nice engage coming out from Ning. And then Rookie doing so well to abuse all that movement speed coming out from his W. Keeps going. Nice magical journey coming out from Bard. And Rookie is the centerpiece for this team.
A triple kill. He's literally gone from 0 to 3. We'll see turret plating on the bottom of your screen. And yes, Suning, that's how they're leading right now. But IG is slowly pulling that back as the magical journey. Maybe not short, maybe intentional as Bin kites away nicely and survives.
I find it strange that IG are the ones looking for the aggressive picks when Puff is showing on the wave on the opposite side of the map and no one is showing on the side of Suning. Everyone could be there. Even Angel could answer. He still has that Destiny available.
Question a lot of IG. A lot of the time it's just how it happens. Rookie getting engaged on in the mid lane, but it's only Angel for now until Sword Art and SOFM joins in.
I expect Suning to just start up the Herald, but once again, IG in a good place to take a fight now. Of course, we don't have the ultimate coming out from Bard, and that feels really massive in this comp. You do have Flash on Ning, so you do still have a form of engage, But obviously, if that ends up falling through, you will be in a pretty tough place.
I'm curious as to what happens if Bin gets in the fight, though. Because this is a Trinity Force Camille just about. He's backing now, I assume, the final component done. As, no, Ninja Tubby instead. So, going to be sitting on that. Teleport available for the level 11 top laner. That Rift Herald actually started by IG.
Yeah, I actually like this. Suning not feeling confident pulling the trigger. We're actually just talking about how IG's comp is stronger.
Yep.
The only thing that could have made you patient was waiting for that Bard ultimate, which the Bard ultimate is up now, so they feel a lot more confidence doing it. The other thing for IG, had Suning started it, they are on the red side, so having a very safe way to poke if Suning had started that Herald just from right behind the Herald wall.
But where do you use the Herald? Because Ning backs with it for the enhanced recall. Rookie's moving up to the top side. Angel here, but Rookie and the Shy pairing up.
So typically, IG would want to use their Herald in mid. Since Suning do have this comp that's stronger in side lanes, you don't want to elongate those side lanes and make it so one of your members would have to go answer a wave that's in a very bad position.
Has been, okay, this is Camille stuff already happening this early into the game.
This isn't Camille stuff. This was IG posturing too long on the top side to find a kill onto Angel.
I see a turret go down. I see
turret.
Camille.
That's
Yeah.
not Camille stuff. I feel like that's more of IG stuff.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. They will trade one here with the Rift Herald through mid as SOFM and Sword Art get spotted out. One Fung left on an island, but Redemption to fly down with Rift Herald getting a second charge. And IG actually trading favorably as the Tempered Fate was interesting. Let's get out, says IG, and away they go.
Like, we obviously know their idea was to find a pick onto Huanfeng, but...
Pings are going down. Where's Angel going? Angel into the middle. He'll go golden to waste time, but that's because Bin's coming through as well. That ulti actually works out as now Rookie left in the middle with a double stopwatch. He's dead. Shut down to Huanfeng, and Angel working out well.
I mean, still, they did exactly what we said, right? We said they want to make the map bigger, pull the members of IG apart. They pulled the Shy bot lane and then brought Bin up, used the Destiny coming out. He has the stopwatch, so very easily able to go gold in that fight, like you said, and buy enough time for Bin to join in, they do find it.
And out of anyone that they pick off, it was Rookie, who had a bounty on his head too. Gave that over to Huanfeng, who through this lane has been keeping up and even leading in CS, almost towards that Infinity Edge. So a bigger Felios now on the Rift, as usual, with Suning back in that 2k gold swing at 18 minutes. Note that the Dragon on Summoner's Rift being the Mountain Soul yet again. IG are leading towards having it a little bit earlier if they can keep this mid-game going.
Luckily, the Shy's TP is coming up, so we'll be able to join that fight if he wants to stay in the top side of the map and try to put pressure on that turret, but... Ooh, Bin actually already used this to get on the bottom side. He's looking for a pick in the bush.
He's actually moving pretty quickly here. Trinity Force now available. 2 items on the Camille. This is scary territory.
Still, IG are happy to take these sort of close-knit 5v5 team fights. Look at Suning, though. They're finding a really good flank angle. Angel doesn't have the Destiny, just looking to push out that wave.
Grouped and spotted out together. Bin now walking in as well. Angel making the same track as the Trouble Bubble will go wide in between two as IG is slowed on down, cornered. A bit of poke to come through, but still this is great for Suning as they lock down Ning. They get the Dragon, and Ning has to flash away immediately. Respect not shown, and Suning get a big moment.
And I really like that play coming out from Suning, forcing that bot wave in, so... Realistically, as IG, you would have been fine not starting up that Dragon and saying, okay, we're just going to posture and put down some poke, but Suning saying, hey, you need to make a decision. You need to start this Drake or we're going to take this bot side turret.
And it continues from there with the turret going down mid as well. You look and say, hey, for Suning, this game is back on course for them.
Yes, it is, and we're getting to that point which you keep talking about, the point where Camille just become an uncontrollable monster where she can pretty much insert her will on anyone around her.
When that double kill went up top, I thought, okay, well... They need to do something about this Camille. Something needs to change, but it's so hard at this point. Another longsword picked up, and when we get towards that Sterix gauge, that third item on Camille, then it's Camille stuff, right?
We're even at the point now where I feel like he'll do fine in trades up against the Shy. He does have an item advantage. The Shy still hasn't finished his second item.
And it is a Renekton who gets towards 2-3, and then you say, okay, good riddance, goodbye. We love Renekton here in the LPL. A lot of regions have just left him to the wayside.
I mean, most regions think he's terrible.
I mean, LCK hates him.
I remember I predicted a B1 Renekton in one of our drafts, and a fan messaged me very angrily, explaining to me all the reasons why Renekton pick 1 is terrible.
I mean, you know, but here in the LPL is a different opinion, right? It's always what it's paired with.
We've seen it first picked many times in the LPL. That's not strange. That can happen on any given Wednesday.
I will say that this split, the win rate's not very good, as Angel needs to make a grand escape, but the Cosmic binding against the wall. Now Ning has free access to flash away with the gold card. Won't get him anywhere. Rookie's blocked by a minion to get the damage down, and Angel walks out of there as the Tempered Fate misses. Now for the re-engage, here comes the Cavalry.
Yeah, the fact that you've already used everything, you're surrounded in all sides.
They're up the creek without a paddle. Teleport going to be used as Angel's still caught on out here. Base breaker in, and the Dark Passage can't save the day. The Shy TPing in means there's 4 people as the True Shot barrage to tag only Sword Art. Puff in the river against Bin. This Camille's massive, but needs to get into the fight.
Yeah, and makes you wonder what happened to Angel. I'm guessing got hit by a Sleepy Trouble Bubble.
Death Sentence Dominus used by the Shy. SOFM is the target with Subjugate already burned as Rookies into the backline. Against Sword Art and Quan Fong as it only hits Puff with the Moonlight Vigil, and the Camille's still not here. Bin looks for the hook shot into the wall shot away, and the Magical Journey going to spot him. A flash away, and Suning's top laner is gigantically fed, but now offering nothing. The teleport in is only going to add that insult to injury from Rookie with a flash himself. Bin is giving the grand illusion to a chase. And this is what we love in the LPL, watching a 5 versus 1 go on for 30 seconds.
He's going to get away.
He's got a hook shot, wall shot in about 5 seconds. And with the blast going, yep, he's out of there.
You know, that was so strange, the back end of that fight, because Suning were the ones posturing to be the aggressors. Sword Art hooked Ning, which obviously IG just punished him for. They had numbers advantage. Everyone was still full HP.
You know what we're seeing, bot? Ning was towards Angel a second ago as Sword Art now in the brush. There's a flash on Rookie, remember. Puff has the poke and forces the flash out of Sword Art.
If Rookie's Trouble Ball came up, Sword Art would have just been dead, so that flash very necessary.
Landed one on the back end instead, but this is IG just grouping around looking for picks. And that was a very elongated mess.
Yes, it was, but still, I don't feel like you're hurting too bad on the side of Suning. It does look like IG missed out on a lot of waves in the side lane, and we still see Bin sitting up about 50 CS ahead, so really close to that Sterex gauge, like you pointed out. He's about to hit his 3rd item when the Shy still has not finished his Black Cleaver.
He's been sitting on Phage for a while. I think he only picked up Kindle Gem after the last fight.
We haven't really seen him pick up any sideways, right? We saw Rookie move over and pick up the last bottom side wave around that dragon fight, so I kind of like that, though. I like that they're not putting any gold into the Shy, not only because he's on a Renekton, so it makes sense, right? He's not going to be a member that scales, but also just with the current state of the team as it is, put that gold onto Rookie and Puff.
It's not indicative of the playstyle that IG have played before, right? The Shy always absorbs resources on Invictus Gaming. Grouping around with the rest of the team is something new, we'll say. Is speaking of grouping, it's IG posturing as 4 mid, while the Shy will now actually answer bot. Bin's here as well, though, with the level leaders. Over the wall, and the Hex Deck Ultimate. Destiny used as well. The Shy going to get 1v2. Does he needs to slice and dice away, but there's no turret here. But the movement speed gets him all the way out. That's a lot committed by Suning with the Dragon coming up.
Yeah, it is, but still they're going to have pressure in the bottom half of the map, so they can keep forcing that and just get onto the Drake first, which that is what's going to happen.
Tempered Fate on the Sword Art. He's been caught out. Now, you talked about poke. Here it comes. Golden the second time around. As Suning are doing the Dragon, meanwhile, it's going to be the cost of the support ciphers. Ning flashes in and gets the steal. This man multitasks with ease. 1 away from Soul Point.
And Ning is going to be really tanky in the late game if they are able to secure just another Mountain Drake, right? Even the fact that it's sold doesn't matter too much. It obviously matters a lot. It's great, but just stacking up more resistances, Ning's going to be pretty hard to kill.
25-minute game with no real result at this point, but that was slick. The flash into the pit and just the drive-by smite. Notice as well that Ning has 2 levels on SOFM, so once again, the jungle matchup here with the extra levels and the damage on smite, making it a bit easier here for the set jungle, who is leading by 30 CS himself.
I want to see where Rookie's going with his item choice, but let's see this first. Okay. Hits the Bard ultimate. Obviously, he's just dead at this point. We already saw him burn his flash earlier on. And let's see this flash from Ning just comes in. and just gets a smite. So SOFM didn't even use a smite yet.
80 extra damage, I guess, makes the difference.
That's about it.
All right. Well.
But look at Rookie's inventory. Okay, so he was sitting on the Oblivion Orb, the Blasting Wand, and the needlessly large rod. So it's like, huh, well, is he going to go for something like a completed Death Cap burst? Or is he just going to finish at Morello? Does opt into finishing the Morello. You're not really cutting much healing reduction, really only from the Trundle.
And I guess Severum Monophelios, right?
True. Severum Monophelios, that's there.
That's it, yeah. So I know your feelings on it. That's fine. We'll move forward.
We know all of chat's feelings on it as well, so.
Yeah, we got some Morello lovers. You've talked about it many times anyway. Rookie, even though he's picked up that item, he's still not. He's 4-1. This is a big Zoe with 30 CS lead. Also, that needlessly large rod you mentioned still sitting in the inventory. So the ability to go towards that Rabadon's third and have that big 3-item Zoe to push for this next fight. Remember, 3 minutes till Mountain Soul available for IG. Baron's sitting there with a ward on the back of it. And IG waiting for Suning to come to them.
Right now, we're just playing this posture game, right? On the side of Suning, it's all about playing through your advantage in the Camille. So looks like they're going to keep looking for this play where Bin forces the engage with this Hextech ultimatum. Angel comes in with the Destiny, and hopefully they get the kill on the Shy next time, unlike the first time where he did have enough movement speed to get away. For IG, you're just playing the neutral objective game, right? You're either waiting for Suning to make a move until that point happens and then trying to go for a counter punch until the Dragon comes up, where, again, you just posture around, look for a great Bard ultimate, and try to get that straight up 5v5.
See if Rookie can find anything, especially in the side lane. Bin's going to go for the engage. 2 level difference, but with the help of Rookie in the trouble bubble, big mistake. The burn comes out with the Hextech ultimatum. I don't think it's enough. Bin flashes away as Southwind has the ulti, doesn't land it, but forces him back into the fight. It's a flash forward. Nails down the top laner, but Suning stay all guns blazing
and
on the Baron.
And they have the Phelios, so we know this is going down fast.
True Shot Barrage is massive, but Ning's over the wall and has a level lead. Teleporting to the back of the pit. They're trying to force it. Ning here with no flash available, but it's stolen. The Shy just spins to win, and that may be all they need. Baron taken away versus 1 kill. That's massive for IG.
Exactly. There's nothing wrong with IG coming out with that trade. The Shy going down doesn't matter at all. Pushes mid lane. Now you have an Ezreal and a Zoe with Baron. This is going to be so oppressive in front of these structures.
And Suning have taken a while to back here, so first turret going to be going down right in front of the inhibitor.
And again, that was all coming out from that play from Bin. They didn't have their mid trio forcing at the same time as Bin, and he was punished.
Puff going to be dodging away. Good Sonic Wave here from the likes of Huan Fong, who sends out the ulti. Suning on the chase, but Puff gets a bit of movement speed. And Suning are running it down mid as Bin on the path to righteousness as Southwind and Puff are going to get the full wrath of this Camille. Puff through the magical journey, but follows through Bin. A good cosmic binding, locks him down, but Steric's Gauge keeps him healthy while the Tempered Fate slows down the play. Bin over the wall, still has gone too far forward, but survives. Kills Southwind and retreats. Dragon's up in a minute, but Southwind will be back in 40 seconds.
Despite Southwind going down, I still feel like that was very well played by both Puff and Southwind. Puff, of course, getting out alive is great. Good ultimate coming out from Southwind. Camille having a lot of mobility, very easily able to get out of that, but still, you do have the Barons up for IG.
They're not done, though. Rookie almost gets locked down by the pillar against the wall. He runs to safety. 30 seconds, the Soul on the menu for IG. Suning sticking around, no resets here.
Let's see how this... Okay, so this just goes back to what we were saying, to where, look at the map. Suning weren't pressuring any waves at all. They'd already gone towards that Baron.
I want to see how he steals this. This is...
Yeah, let's see. TP's in.
Slow it
just
down.
Slice and dice.
Q. No.
Oh, it is just slice and dice. Holy cow.
Doesn't even do that much.
I'm just saying he justifies his salary just with that. If
yeah, and 1, 5, and 2, you're like, yeah, but he stole Baron.
Yeah. Hey, remember the last split where we'd have the head-to-head graphics?
I remember. I'm sorry, sir. We've got to pause because Ning's been caught out in the back of the pit. A good flay, but it means nothing, actually, as SOFM sets up for the pillar with Destiny getting Angel into the fight. IG are grouped around in front of this Mountain Soul that they desperately want as the Aphelios ulti finds its mark, but the Bards does not. Ning goes in with the engaged True Shot Barrage with the Phase Breaker. Ning survives for now, flushes out, but does he survive? Yes, he does, because Rookie on the backside is just burning them down. Bin can't make his way past the Shy, and Invictus Gaming have taken this game by storm. It was first the Dragon Still, then the Baron Still, now the bloody Mountain Soul.
And that just felt so great on the side of IG with the terrain you got to fight with in that fight. Just Puff and Rookie sitting right over the edge. So all of Rookie's sleeping Chobo Bubbles obviously being elongated.
What happens here in this matchup now with the Mountain Soul? Well, still a lot of damage coming out of Bin. The Shy wants to take it, thinking otherwise without the Dominus, and Bin just solo kills him. That's a bit of a whoopsie as Rookie lands a Trouble Bubble, and Stopwatch will be used, but Bin's on the wrong side of Summoner's Rift.
I'm just happy that we found out that, you know, a fed Camille, however many kills she has, can still beat a, like, 1 in 6 Renekton, even if he has Mountain Soul.
Very true. I don't think the Shy knew that, though, as Bin, he's at full health because he's got Ravenous Hydra. This Camille's Massive and IG are going in 1 by 1. Bin heals up, walks back, and now Rookie's in a bit of trouble. He has the Sonya's Hourglass in his pocket as Bin goes for the engage. Golden will be Rookie for now. Bin is going to walk away, though, as Rookie pokes him on the way out.
IG are really disrespecting Bin right now.
Yeah,
I feel like there's no other way to paint this. Giving the rest of Suiting enough time to just walk mid, pressure this turret. Still, this is the point where Puff is extremely strong, going to feel rather unkillable unless Bin can get it on him with the Hextech Ultimatum. You just have so many resistances and so much lifesteal with that stance.
But I will say, look at Juan Fong, Moonlight Vigil on top of Southwind, and even with a Mountain Soul, while Puff is getting to his point in the game, it's an Aphelios. Juan Fong is at 3.5 items.
I'd love for them to hover over Puff, and we see how much armor he has with those two mountains.
True. As Destiny's going to be used, Ning might be caught out here. He's isolated away from the Shy. The Showstopper into the backline as Rookie now joins the play. Ning gets the shield, but the Haymaker won't keep him alive. Long enough, yes, but Suning, no one dies. It's Angel who picks up the kill. It's Ning dead for 45 seconds, but unluckily for Suning, there's no objective up.
Great Destiny coming out from Angel, but that pick showed me one thing. It shows that if we get to a straight-up 5v5 where Ning is in front, they do not kill him quick enough for the rest of IG to take out your front line.
He's got a dead man plate, the Warmogs you were highlighting before. And that'll only continue to grow with Ning still holding that level lead over SOFM. But we're heading towards the late game with Elder on the menu in 3.5, with Baron up again in a minute. And I'm curious as to how these fights are going to go.
I assume we're just going to get back to where we were, 3 minutes ago. Bin going to be pushing that side lane. Either he overextends and IG find a pick, or they coordinate well enough with the Suning trio or, group of 4, quadruplet, whatever we'd say.
But it's a level 18 Camille, and I will say that GA is going to be there soon. So it's going to get harder and harder to kill Bin, and harder for IG to take him down before the rest of Suning either get that Baron or trade themselves. As Tempered Fate going to be used. SOFM, is he cornered away? Ning looking for the face breaker. He'll stop him from getting on the Dark Passage. It's a pick here onto SOFM. Everything used. The Haymaker doesn't get the kill though, and now Ning's left out from his team while Bin's in the back line. They've killed the jungler of Invictus Gaming, and the Shy just wants to escape. IG are getting this outscaled point, and Juan Fong can't be beaten.
And they didn't find the same fight they did last time, right? Where Rookie and Puff had the safety from behind the wall and also the ability to constantly throw down damage. Rookie being threatened by Bin's TP in here.
4 versus 5. Are you ready? Even with the Mountain Soul, Southwind's a bit low. Can they poke them down? Because this Baron's going down too damn quick.
I don't think so. I think you're right. I think they just should be able to secure
over the wall. No, won't find it. True Shot Barrage to tag him on the way out as Bin flashes away, but the Shy and imminent on the engage. Moonlight Vigil lands on the back line as Angel uses Destiny to get on top of Rookie. He's cornered out. The portal jump keeps him alive, but not for long. Flash forward here from Angel with the gold card. And Invictus Gaming have lost too many members as the flash from Sword Art to match. The Tempered Fate zones them away, but Suning have the numbers advantage and Rookie down for 40 seconds.
Hysterics, you saw right there why Twisted Fate is so good against compositions that utilize poke.
Yep.
Just being able to Destiny in there, get down that gold card, and Rookie's dead. So now Suning having an opportunity to pressure the map with this Baron.
Teleport going to be used as well on the backside as Angel rejoining the fight with Bin. Now IG, the defense begins against a Baroned up Suning, and Juan Fong on these turrets just obliterates them.
I mean, he's Aphelios. We do have SOFM to counter Ning, having that ultimate, being able to steal away those resistances. So Suning at a strong point, and oh god, no one can answer Bin.
Ning going to dodge away from the death sentence. Baron pushing forward. Rookie is now alive, is walking to this fight as turret pressure. True Shot Barrage onto Angel as the Shy is going to be coming in for a flank. That's a good Tempered Fate. It's onto Juan Fong. The Shy, however, is onto SOFM. As the trouble bubble doesn't connect, the Shy has to flash away. Bin on the backline uses the ultimate to jump onto this Croc while Ning gets on in as well. That ultimate could have changed something as IG are trading lives at this point, but have sent Suning back. In fact, the trade's only 1 for 3, and Invictus Gaming want to go forward again.
Exactly, that's a great trade for IG. And look at Angel and Bin's death timers. Elder's going to be up soon.
They can chase with the magical journey. Southwind has enabled it, but the flash forward from one. Foggy takes down one, but trades his own life. And with that Elder you mentioned, Suning have thrown it in the bin. Here comes IG. That Elder's up in 30 seconds as they pick up their 10,000th kill in the LPL as a team.
I mean, they are our second oldest organization in the LPL, so great to see from IG, but what matters more is they get this Elder hysterics. They not only have Soul, they will have Elder and Elder on a Zoe and an Ezreal. Sounds pretty disgusting.
Oh, I know we're going to look back at that fight, but I think we're in line for another one. Suning are respawning, but I don't think it's going to be quick enough.
No, you do have the Destiny from Angel already used. Ning needs to get here.
He's walking through. The Shy's not here, and he doesn't have TP.
Oh, they can't do this
so
now.
Ignore me.
Yeah, no, they can't do it. Oh, they're still going for it. It is still numbers advantage, but that Camille, we've said it so many times, man. That Camille's large.
And in charge, walking through the mid lane. The
Oh,
poke's
they do
coming
it.
through,
Nice.
but IG have now committed towards it, and SOFM's not here. Elder's given over. IG take it away.
I thought Bin would have been fast enough to where even if it was a 3v4, maybe they could have postured to threaten and then IG not wanting to take a 50-50, but no. At the last second, Suning send Bin to the top side, say, okay, they can have it, and now things are looking very, very scary for Suning.
What a terrific game, though, to highlight this series. Much like Spring, the blood rises, and it did here as well. Watch Ning, because this was sick.
Yeah, I didn't actually get a good look at this fight. So we see Quanfong go down to the Bard ultimate. The Shy already popping his dominance, jumping in and making a lot. Oh my god, and Bin actually putting all of his focus on the Shy's massive. Woo! And there's that ultimate from Ning, like you said. This feels so good. Oh, actually Bin going down on the back to Rookie and the Shy as well. So Bin getting a bit ahead of himself, and then a great play coming out from Ning is really what secured this fight for IG.
Again, we look towards Rookie as the staple member, and Quanfong trading his life, killing Sword Art in the end there as well. And IG, we come back, they have Elder, they're pushed down mid. It's 5 versus 5, but this is a very IG thing to do. They want to end the game and fight now.
Still, they feel fine sitting in front of structures because
they
look
do,
at
because
Pop's
Puppers
damage.
walk forward. Execution onto SOFM, and Suning getting obliterated. The Elder buff needs to be nerfed yet again as a triple kill goes down. The Shy picks up a bit of redemption as well. And just like that, IG walk forward, say, let's end this game, and get themselves a 2-0 over Suning.
And the win looks absolutely beautiful. After IG just went down to WE, I would have rated Suning better than WE. Suning had been looking very good, and great to see especially Ning stepping up in both of these games.
While game 1 was very clean, game 2 was very IG-esque, taking the, again, high-risk, high-reward play or just challenging Suning outright. And it worked out. Props to Suning, who held that game for so long. But Invictus Gaming, their first win of 2020 summer, and they did it in a very big way.
And we just keep seeing these players that a lot last split was Bin, but the Bins, the Naturals, the Kingans, these types of like side lane split push champion players.
Rookie needs to put his shoes on. I don't know what was going on there, but he got up a bit preemptively and wasn't ready to commit. But you're coming back to your point. I mean, there was a lot we saw out of Bin there.
I don't want to come back to my point. I want to talk about Rookie's lack of shoes.
He had one shoe on, and he was exposing his shin.
It looks like he's talking to the referee about it then.
You got to fix your shoes, sir. I'm coming back to your point, because you talked about Bin, and we did talk about him a lot that game. Bin had a pretty decent performance. He was set up from SOFM. And then we got to that point where, like, when is the Camille going to show up? Well, every 5 minutes there was a play where Bin was threatening. That last play, a bit overconfident, as you mentioned.
Right, that's my point, is we see these players who play this style always get on these champions, get to a point where they can win a game, and then always just get a bit ahead of themselves looking for these types of engages. We saw him split up from the rest of his team, jump into Rookie and the Shy solo, go down while Ning found that perfect engage like you talked about, and the game was a done deal from there.
I mean, there was some impressive performances from both sides. I'm pretty glad that we got the Suning we expected, at least in this second game, bar some of the engages that IG took advantage of. So some interesting drafts. That is Not a Fiora there, just to reiterate. We thought we were going to see the Fiora, but ended up being the Renekton for the Shy.
Was the Renekton. The Fiora would have been interesting as a skill matchup with the Camille, but I guess this isn't the time to talk about that.
Well,
overall, though, another thing I'm happy about is Southwind had a very good series. His Bard wasn't, I wouldn't say the best, right? He's an Illumao Bard, but he also wasn't really a Bard player.
Yep.
He did find a lot of key ultimates. His Nautilus looked amazing in Game 1. And I want to see him take more of a playmaking role like he did in both of these games if IG are going to become a top team again.
That is an IG gold graph, though. You have to admit, a 38-minute game where it was so back and forth. And the gold graph really shows us how competitive that final game of the series was. But, I mean, while we're talking about Southwind, props to Puff as well. But Rookie, once again, a lot of stability there for IG. Their strongest player at the moment stepped up once again.
He is definitely a top 2 mid laner in this league, right?
Yep.
It's him and Knight. Him and Knight are 1 and 2, and if IG can get it together, Rookie can maybe make an argument that he still is the best, but obviously with the performance Knight is putting up and the struggles of IG, it'd be hard to make that argument now, but man, Rookie's just so good.
I mean, it is good that Rookie is continuing forward in the light that we, talked about through MSC, through also especially during last split where IG were the best team in the regular season. Because that start against WE that we saw previously here in summer, that was the IG that just looked crap with IG on the with Rookie, on the side.
I'm actually glad that you brought this up because I've seen a lot of discussion online about, what are IG's major problems this year, and I see so many people citing the loss of Jackie-Love, which is definitely a hit, but they just went 14-2 in the regular split. Yeah, that was only 2 months ago. So it feels like there are other issues there. I'm sure also part of it is meta-related. It's obviously their playstyle's always been a bit hit or miss. A lot of their series did go to 3 games in spring as well. So it does seem like there are some underlying issues there. But great to see IG pick up a 2-0. Great to see Coach Chris. I want to keep re-highlighting that.
Please.
Good to see him come back onto the team, and at least it brings some sort of
structure, right?
Stability. Like we don't never know the influence of a coach, especially how long he's been with the team.
But coming back to IG and the problems we've seen, you have to look at IG and you don't know the inner workings of this team as well. Like what's actually happening in the team environment. And that's why a lot of questions coming through to this is, is it an individual player? Is it how the team's working together? Here in this series at the very least, how this team works together doesn't seem to be the biggest issue, at least regarding this series alone.
No, they look great. It looked cohesive. And going back to the inner workings of the team, I find that quite interesting because you also got to add another layer and remember that this is a world champion team. When you've accomplished literally like the peak of League of Legends, how does that change, I don't want to say your motivation, but your routine, like how you structure your practice.
What's next?
How many solo queue games you play, because, again, anyone can go look up the Shy solo queue account right now. He plays like 10 ARAMs for every solo queue game, which he's done for a long time, but, again, it makes you question things like this. How does the fact that they have accomplished all that you can accomplish impact them as a team?
Isn't it kind of funny? Because last year, the Shy had an interview and he said, he plays ARAM because it's how he builds his mechanical skill, right? And it's kind of fun because, again, you check his solo queue and it's just full of ARAMs over the past couple of weeks. And then
it still is. Like, again, you go check it right now, guys. OPGG, he's playing ARAMs every day, and it clearly worked out for today.
Play your ARAMs. It'll make you a better player. The Shy in Game 2 wasn't a better player. In Game 1, quite clean, limiting his deaths. In that second game on the Renekton, he was bullied out. And as you mentioned within the game, it has been a game plan going up at Victus Gaming to take down the Shy and build your top lane dynamic to really knock IG down a peg.
Here you go, LPL teams. Level 2 ganking jungler, you just countered the Shy.
Because SOFM literally walked up with the Shy and pressed Q, and that was first blood.
Exactly. You walk up, you throw down your pillar, and you bite him, and that's it.
What I thought was the end of the game from there, just seeing the Shy fall down. But it wasn't. It was a bloody game, and I appreciate that from these two teams. But a 2-0 nonetheless, where Rookie has picked up double MVPs. Props to Rookie here on the Zoe. Again, high damage, but also just clean play in all the fights.
He's just been doing so well. There isn't enough we can say about Rookie,
yeah.
And I feel like all we do is praise him, but there's really nothing else you can do but praise him. He's playing these team fights so well, hitting a lot of key sleepy shovel bubbles. Great paddle stars out from him. This is the fight we were talking about where Bin's separated from the rest of his team, about to solo kill the Shy, but Rookie coming in with a great paddle star, taking him down and securing the team fight win for IG.
Where we were looking towards a mid lane matchup here, getting excited, Angel versus Rookie, where, Angel is obviously less experienced. Rookie is the, better player. Rookie really showed up here. He put Angel in a corner, And there was never a time when we weren't saying fear rookie.
I do want to also point out that pretty much every LPL mid laner, maybe I'm over-exaggerating a bit, but from a lot of their streams and interviews, Evan really idolizes Rookie, looks up to him. He really is like that senpai of LPL mid lane. So it's always kind of interesting to see how these dynamics come in. Like we talked about in spring, it's a highlight of him solo killing Angel on Jace versus Zoe. It looked effortless. He did it under Angel's tower, so good to see him come back in, have stable laning phases in both games. Game 1 was back and forth, and putting on the carry performance in mid to late game to get IG a 2-0.
Very impressive. I mean, Zoe especially in that game. We move forward. IG, just a quick rundown. Rogue Warriors is coming up on Wednesday, which is going to be a pretty good series.
Hey, that's me and you.
Yeah, you and I are doing that. And I believe it was actually Munchables and myself when at the start of the split before you were here, where I did that as Apathetics, and that was a very good series.
If you guys remember, there was a back door with Tom Kench ultimate.
So Southwind,
this one's going to be fun.
It's going to be exciting. Rogue Warriors, EDG, LGD. So it's an interesting schedule for Invictus Gaming. Just to touch off on Suning before we end. EDG, Rogue Warriors, and DMO. So for Suning, now sitting 2-2. They've played 4 series. It's going to be interesting how they progress. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a break. But coming up, our match of the week, our JDG Top Esports Spring Finals rematch here in the regular season of Summer is coming up after this.
直接可以去推2塔，因为现在没有 EZ 的情况下，谁来清这个兵啊？
是一个很大的问题。阿卡丽的很大的一个弱点，黄子选择 EQ 直接上去，正面的位置是先一个金身起来，但小虎仍然是被阿卡丽给收掉了。猴子找到机会进场转到后排，但这个时候厄斐琉斯是有红刀可以把血吸起来了，再用他的断破的金辉夜凝再吸了一口血。
他们向着死亡而怀抱。Double kill。
还是要等小龙。
哦，这肯定是不能硬打，一打到出大事，绿毛感觉是被逮了一下，只好恶向胆边生，选择硬摔一套，效果其实还可以。
撞墙了！
哎呀，
又是一个羊，能不能叫到声东击西？这边选择留了一下阿斌，反手盲僧上来又是一脚，选择把这边送走。哎，但是还有后续。
冰女交闪现以后，一个大招把人给定住，盲僧就可以上前输出，收粉先遭到击杀，而且正面的部分 easy 的输出无可抵挡。现在OO又在前面再喷了一个火，有一个脆化。哇，又遭到击杀了幻风。怎么？我反正保守的稳稳的来，可以。
是。哎，又是一个夜指，给他开一个泰坦，但泰坦实际上鬼麦看起来还是比较肉，然后一个 TPR 直接进场。这位置泰坦一个大招大到了，但EZ一个直男们又刮到3个人，猴子也要进场了，这位置感觉还不错。进来，大闹天宫打3个
，Cube 已经先被杀了。大闹天宫打了3个之后 ，VG 选择赶紧把能撤的人都给撤走啊。还在想要反抗，苏宁选择往左边来汇合，反而是苏宁有点想要撤退。
哎，但是又一张牌进到鳄鱼，优米赶紧上来给一口奶。后续阿斌这个位置没有被发现，
有个包夹锤上来，拉开距离，阿斌很危险，交了一个闪现拉开。
这边秦辉夜宁打上来，大到3个人，但德玛西亚直接是盖死阿斌。
这一波真的是非常史诗的一个团战，怎么打了这么久？牙膏这边找到机会把收分给偷掉了，而且厄斐琉斯被开到了，瞬间一波被 Zoom 给shut down掉。
哇，这波苏宁要爆炸了，
中很难回。
哎，这边好像发现猎物了，目标是牙膏，
冲上去，
但牙膏很弱啊，牙膏又是一个沙漏，
又拖住了。
哎，但是这波压起是一个 Q，
按到无敌了。
这一脚，
幻风直接被秒了，完了呀！
哇，感觉 Logan 要收割了，这边追着这边骚分在打，
再一个 E， 再一个 A， 再一个 Q， 点到果子死在空中，收分没能走掉。
The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now, come out of the shadow. Ooh, make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster, heart is beating slow.
日光见长，战事正酣。吾闻近日闵行有现新贵之师，西两军兵刃相接，争于沪上。此番再战，意欲何为？
蓄意轰拳，再试勇武，也没能为队友守住关隘，那就站得久一点，再久一点，直到我改变这调和般的命运。
站着要过来，都你们3个人。
鸣笛离岗还为时尚早，独行的力伤卓，请呼叫你的同行者。熔炉面前，身披重甲，也无人能护理周全。
春决在线，且看 LPL 新王对垒，孰战矛头。
That's right, it's time for our match of the week coming through here. It's myself, Asterix here. Joined by Lyric, JDG versus Top Esports, our Spring 2020 Grand Final. Comes to you nice and early here in summer to find out who the current best LPL team is.
I love the little like trash talk video we got with 369 saying, hey, you're not going to do anything. I'm going to move all around the map and take over. You're just going to watch.
The battle of the top lane is Zoom going at him and saying, no, sir. I'm going to give you a bit of high society, is what he's thinking there. And for JDG, let's not forget 3-2 over Top Esports in that grand final in spring. They are the current reigning champions here domestically in the LPL. They are the best team until Top Esports can say otherwise.
I agree. And coming in today, it's actually funny. I wouldn't necessarily say they're the favorite, but I wouldn't say Top Esports are either. Despite the fact that they do have that MSC victory, this is close. I think this is as close of a matchup as you get in LPL.
First and second. Of course, we've got some clips for you here as well from spring finals where JDG pushed tooth and nail to pick up their first ever championship for all players across the board.
It felt like the meta suited them so well going towards carry junglers and playing for your jungler, which is always what JDG did. And especially with support counterpick becoming such a big thing in the spring split, of course, opening up Lumao to his famous bard.
I love how you talk about the jungle matchup and then transition to support, because that's what the defining moments were, with Kanavi having a great season and then Lumao through playoffs having miraculous moments. You're going to see here the clip that we've played over and over, the best bard ulti we've seen in 2020.
Well, I'd say this is the best bard performance we've seen in competitive, period. I don't feel like that's a very controversial statement. Lumao putting up such a big performance in a Game 5 of a finals is absolutely amazing.
When they've been to this point before, you remember in 2019 spring, it was Lumao paired up the side with Imp. So that bottom lane was very different, and they couldn't get it across the line against Victus Gaming. But against Top Esports, that moment in Game 5 netted him the finals MVP. A big moment for Lumao, who has been trying to prove himself as a support for all these years.
And he just looks so wholesome with that. So, wholesome. Good for him.
Wholesome, a great way to put it, and which leads us to what is a fun matchup. One we don't normally talk about here in our league, which is Yuyanjia versus Lumao. We got a support head-to-head, which to me screams who is going to define themselves here.
And the thing is, stats can never tell the story of a support matchup. Both of these players having such a huge impact for their team. Lumao, of course, always being that big impact player with his champion pool to bard the set. But Yuyanjia he's been viewed as the weakness for TS. But at MSC, he was playing so well on that Thresh and that Yuumi especially.
When you have such a big roster, right, where 4 out of the 5 names are known in the LPL, he was the only standalone.
And that's the thing is, obviously, he didn't have the best spring split, but he was a rookie. This is still his rookie year, but if he can recreate that performance from MSC, then TS probably are the favorite coming into this split.
It's crazy when Jackulov joined the roster, the leadership, the strength of calling added to Yuyanjia, and he has been the support, to pair with Jackulov. And they've been inseparable ever since.
I do also like that he has that pocket pick Alistar. We've seen him banned out a few times and still saying, hey, I'm a playmaker, I'm an engager, I have the confidence to look for these skirmishes.
Again, you talk about MSC, and it's that game number 4 to silence FPX in the all-LPL MSC final where Yuyanjia came out on top.
Yeah, again, it's the best tournament of his career. To be fair, though, hasn't been much of a career yet, but
True.
Doing good enough to topple teams like T1, FPX, they didn't play JDG, but still winning the tournament against them. So
I mean, they destroyed Gen G 3-0, right? So Gen G is like a former world champion team.
They made Gen G not even look like a pro team.
And Yuyanjia, that's his first ever international tournament. That was his first split in spring as well. And here he is now running up against someone like Lumao, who is very experienced in the LPL. And he's looking very contestable here against that support.
Going to be interesting to see because both of them really do prioritize Thresh as well. Sure, Luma
Yeah.
has the Bard, but Thresh is both of their most played in spring, and a
True.
pick they're both very proficient on.
As we're talking about the supports, let's run it back a bit, though, because running into this matchup, 369 versus Zoom is going to be very exciting. And we have to remember, for JDG, Zoom in LPL in the domestic split is still undefeated in series since making his return after all the COVID issues that came through. And he's going to be showing high society here to 369.
I want to say that, like, if he doesn't lose today, there's a good chance that he could still go undefeated for quite a bit. But I like that you mentioned the matchup, because stylistically, these are two very different players. 369, again, Jace, Quinn, Renekton, these types of pick as compared to Zoom with his famous Ornn.
We're going to have a look at our players here, because it's JDG versus Top Esports. Our spring finals rematch we've called, but the two best teams in the LPL going head-to-head nice and early. Zoom in the top lane, Kanavi coming through as the MVP of regular season. Spring in the jungle, Yagal in mid lane, Loken and Lumao the bottom side.
Yeah, and this roster just won a championship. Doesn't feel like they have any big hole in any role. They also don't have a clear star, I'd say, but everyone being, you know, a top performer, above average player, and it contributes to a system that works.
Top 2, top 3 in their role at the very least.
Exactly.
Right, as we look towards Top Esports, they've got the top in their roles as well. 369, top side. Casa here in the jungle. Night mid and return of Jackie Love with Yu Yanja by his side.
The thing I love is it's very much a matchup of, like, this team built with star players versus this team that is very much an organically grown team, right? You don't have anyone who comes out and says, okay, I'm going to 1v9. It's about how you put the pieces together and then bring that to a victory.
And over to Top Esports, remember earlier in last split, just talking about stars, where Casa and Knight paired up and they weren't great together. I need to emphasize that that final star, that final piece of the puzzle in Jackie Love made them shine. And even someone like 369 up to the plate, even Yu Yanja, as we mentioned before, becomes a star in his own right. As we jump into our match of the week, JDG Blue, Top Esports on red. And we got different bans from our last series. Notice the Karma, the Lee Sin, even Kanavi's Kindred, Nidalee. Up in that top side with
Graves still open, as well as Aphelios being that last kind of power pick 80 carry. The thing that surprises me is that neither team banning out the Thresh, especially JDG. Yuyanjit has been his best champion by far. And maybe here you do just lock in the Trundle, take away the Thresh, which obviously Thresh pairs well with the Aphelios. Then you can look for a third pick, something like a Misfortune.
Okay, well for Jackie Love we know as well.
Also the Callista's still open as well.
Yeah, I was going to say something more aggressive suits his playstyle.
We have so many power picks here in the LPL that it's hard to keep track, but
Jackie Love, hello.
Yeah, we're going towards something completely. I don't think we've even seen it in the LPL once, so going more towards this, matching the late game scaling of the Aphelios, but also can have huge playmaking potential.
We saw it a lot in regional finals against Top Esports, funnily enough, when he was on the Invictus Gaming roster. So a familiar pick, while Yagao, I believe he's still undefeated in 2020 on the LeBlanc, if not a couple of losses by his name.
No, he's lost on it, but
damn.
still
big.
they're the ones who get the Thresh, which I think is massive. Lumao great on that pick, taking away from Yu Yanja, and then having it with the Aphelios. So we're already setting up a lot of comfort for JDG, and also some good pick potential. And if we do get Zoom on some kind of, you know, big tank in the top lane, we're going to have quite a fine team fight.
Ornn is still available. Let's see if Top Esports ban it away as we go into the second phase. Standard bar that Kai'Sa coming through and Yagao's LeBlanc being left open. Now it's a big question. Kindred away from Kanavi.
Yeah, so I want to see where TS go with... you would expect them to pick mid on 4 for the fact that JDG have already shown LeBlanc, and then save counter pick for 369, which, again, fits his champion pool. His champion pool does have a lot of carry champions in it. But the question is, where will Knight want to go with the counter pick?
We saw the hover before of the Lissandra to neutralize the lane. You've talked about this a lot, but in Game 1 of the Grand Finals, Knight's Lissandra was not something that you'd ideally want to see him back on.
You could see him bring out something like a Kassadin. Also in solo queue, he's been spamming a lot of things like Sylas and Diana. LeBlanc, I'd say slightly favored in that early laning phase, but he's actually already played it. He played it up against Rogue Warriors, so...
Destroyed. He got like 16 kills, 2 deaths. It was...
Exactly, and it was the exact same matchup as Diana up against LeBlanc.
Spanking, call it. But Zoe going to be the option for JDG to take away. So you wanted to see mid here. Options still on the table that you talked about before, but do you really want to see this?
I mean, it's not about what I want to see, honest. Here in the LPL, I don't try to tell teams what I want to see. I want to see them bring their best, have that skill expression, and it does fit the comp, right? It does do well against LeBlanc.
Let's put a bit more onus onto Jackie Love. We'll talk about top esports as they round out their draft. Because JDG, you said, give Zoom the big front line, give him what he wants.
I mean, it just makes sense. They're gonna, we know they're going to lock in the Ornn. It's what JDG are going to do. But moving back over to the Lissandra, the other thing that I think is fine with it is you don't necessarily need that big damage threat in the mid lane because you do already have the Kaisa, which very much is a hyper carry. And of course, 369 can bring out something interesting along the likes of a Kale that he's brought out before up against Ornn.
It's always a bit of a surprise. His final pick to be locked in while Kanavi gives us Jungle Kane. Yeah, get rid of Rek'Sai. We're flipping the script.
Yeah, and so we talked about how JDG are a team that completely play for jungle matchup, and there it is, Hysterics. I told you, this is the type of style that 369 wants to play, so you're not lacking out on any late game damage on the side of TES.
All right, so you got some explaining to do. Start with JDG and tell me what Kane adds to this draft.
Man, your guess is as good as mine. This is not a meta champion. This is not a champion that we see too often. I actually think we saw it in the LEC this past, or LCS this past weekend, but still, it is a very farm-oriented jungle, also very good in invade situations because you do have that E2 go through terrain. You obviously do have some gank set up in both top and bot lane, but I'd say typically when you have a LeBlanc, you had something that pairs very well in the 2v2, which Kane doesn't really have anything to offer other than straight-up damage. So
that's why I was surprised not to see the Rek'Sai, because we've seen what Yagao and Kanavi have done in the past in that lane setup, but this is going to be very different dynamic for JDG.
I do remember we saw Kane in an ALCS, picked by TSM.
Hey.
It did not have a good time.
Okay, well, let's see what JDG can do instead. Arguably a much better team to throw out the shade.
I wouldn't
for
say
all our NA
arguably
fans.
is, I think
I don't
it's
know.
pretty set in stone.
I've been stepping on toes recently, and I thought I would do it a bit lighter this time around, but you've also got my explaining to do, or sorry, rather some explaining to do for top esports with Kale added into the mix.
I mean, we've seen this just come out time and time again. Has a fine laning phase up against the Ornn. Of course, Ornn can come out ahead in the trades, but the thing is, Kale gets a free farm laning phase to become that late game monster that we know she could. Of course, is a big threat in the side lane. No one's going to be able to match her if TS want to opt for a 1-4 setup. But of course, also very good in the team fights. You have a ton of damage to take down a frontline tank like an Ornn.
There's a lot to deal in the front line here as we go into our match of the week. Top esports and JDG, our spring final went to 5 games. I want 3 here in the regular season between our 2 best LPL teams of 2020.
I also do like the Kale pick up against the Kane specifically because, he ults into someone, you give them that shield, and...
You know what this reminded me of from top esports? When Jackie Love was on IG and when we saw them at Worlds with the Kale-Kaisa combination where she ults into the back line and you get the Kale ult.
Well, exactly, right? Because you're right. It's a very similar composition where luckily you don't have that much threat, I'd say, from the LeBlanc or the Kane with the Kale and the Lissandra there, right? Either of them jump in. You have the safety coming from the Kale. You have all the CC coming out from Knight. And this comp is pretty much 4 people peeling for Jackie Love.
Lyric? Nice comps. We got very different drafts than I guess we've kind of been used to in the past couple of weeks. Or should I say different picks to add into the setup. As
we definitely do.
We'll be keeping our eyes on Kanavi. It's been a while here in the LPL since we've last seen Kane. I believe it was Ning who picked it up last time around in 2019.
I was not here, so...
No, you were not. But this was Ning's pocket pick, as I didn't know Kanavi had it in. He's gone for Conqueror this game around. And a lot of the time when we see Kane, we go towards Red Kane, which is the earlier upgrade.
It's very interesting, too, because, again, I feel like pro players are usually pretty predictable in the sense that they'll tend to pull out on stage more often than not what they've been spamming in solo queue. I mean, he's not been playing this, so just having the confidence to bring it out, or maybe having, another second ID that he has been playing this on.
But I do want to talk about it a bit more because for Kanavi, we know that Kane is much about skirmishing, picking up the orbs early so he can get a powerful upgrade. Otherwise, get towards that 20-minute point without an upgrade and you see a very weakened Kane.
You still are a champion that wants some levels under your belt. I don't expect him to want to go and duel Karsa in the early game. Of course, Karsa also having to press the attack, so going to be a bit stronger in these early one-on-ones. But once he does hit that level 6, does get that jungle item, he does clear insanely fast and going to be able to look for these skirmishes.
As we're getting top lane Kale set up here from top esports, as Zoom's going to be engaged on. Pillar placement is nice, but Zoom waits here Don't believe he has Searing Charge, and he's going to get slowed on down. Bit of damage to come across, and Caster commits and just chomps him down. Zoom didn't flash as Kanavi was coming up as well.
And Zoom does have TP, so it does seem like JDG still want to opt into a 2v2.
Right on the minion wave. They're not going to be able to push this. 369 is still level 2 as Kanavi ready. 3 here, misses on the W, but 369 kites this out nicely with a Bellows Breath. Half health is the Kale, but 369 surviving and Kanavi walking away.
It's actually really funny that we're having a 2v2 at 3 minutes where there is an Ornn, Kale, and Kayn involved, and they're still going. I mean, right now TS are just trying to push out that wave, but
369 has healed up a little bit as well. Used his corrupting potions. Kanavi spotted out once again, of course. That's a big wave brewing as the bottom side denied by Lumao. It's only going to be a small amount of trading, but Ignite dropped on down and Loken committing forward, but they won't be able to force Yu Yanjia out of this lane.
No, still good amount of damage. They are going to be able to get some damage onto the turret itself.
This is continuing in the top side. You know what? Let's transition towards mid. As Kanavi still there poking down Casa. What's those orbs? This teleport's being used. Zoom has cornered him out, but I think this could be good for top esports as Zoom. Is he doing enough damage? Of course, he's an Ornn, but Smite helps Caster. He picks up another kill. Kanavi gets the help of his support in Yagao, but Caster's flashed away. He's walking away. Kanavi just needs to hit him one more time, but 369 flashes on top, away with the Glacial Path and the help. Kanavi can't get him, and 369 picks up a kill all down the toilet here for JDG.
And that was great coming out from TS. They have this comp that scales so beautifully with the Kale and the Kaisa already having the gold lead, but we saw the benefit of having the Trundle in the early skirmishes as well as the press the attack. Again, once you do proc that press the attack, your allies also deal more damage as well. So here we see the skirmish starting off is attacking that Ornn. Gets a bit low, comes out with a smite, which is great. Press the attack, proccing right there. And then great from Knight to follow up. Yagao having nothing left in his kit, and Karsa having just enough movement speed. 369 being quite the bro to flash and get that slow down, and easy.
Easy, yeah. Well, you're clapping after that one, aren't you? 1,300 gold lead here for top esports in the early game. And I know we didn't talk about this in draft, but what Kale adds to the comp with a Kaisa Lissandra and how this comp setup can be in the late game. Top esports with an early lead could be disastrous for JDG.
I feel like in the late game, you're not really going to take advantage of the split push pressure from the Kale too much, just from the fact that JDG have a very easy time of grouping up and forcing Kale to be there. But in straight up front-to-back 5v5s, I don't feel bad as TS. You have this Kai'Sa's going to burn through the front line. We've already talked about that. If LeBlanc or Kayn jump in, you not only have all the CC coming out from Knight to dissuade that, but you also have the ultimate coming out from Kale to save Jackie Love. Karsa also going to provide a lot of peel with the pillar, also his ult for Zoom. So it feels like TS's draft just has every way to answer what JDG want to do.
And you're in a position right now where, as for Karsa, who has 2 kills and has picked up the skirmishing smite early, and it fed Kale early game in this first game, and Knight coming up to the top side, top esports have control.
I want to slow down with saying a fed Kale. Look at his items. It's
One
not really
kill.
turning into anything
All
yet.
right, well, it might turn 2 because Zoom's now locked against the wall without his ultimate, and he doesn't have Bellows Breath. Karsa has 3 kills, and I will say Karsa is fed.
And it's interesting, too, because it's not even about the lane manipulation coming out from Knight. He did just give up 1 or 2 waves in the mid lane, say, hey, it doesn't matter. I'm going to move up, find this kill. Does look like that earlier skirmish did end up with Yagao losing some CS as well, since despite that Knight just gave up that wave, they're still even in CS.
We'll say splitting the map, though, great for top esports here as Kanavi does pick up the Dragon towards the bottom side, and Jackie Love and Yu Yanjia taking a safer path through the river to get back into this bottom side.
Still, look at that. Both side waves in a good state for TS, pushing back for both. Of course, TS pushed top into JDG's turret, so that's back. And we look, this wave is stacking up for TS to catch in just a moment.
So what needs to be forced here? Did JDG need to make some shift in game plan and start being more aggressive, or...
Remember how in draft we said LeBlanc typically wants to be paired up with something that's strong in the 2v2 scenario?
Yeah.
Again, Kayn LeBlanc isn't exactly what you think of, right? You'd want something either more bursty like the Lee Sin, at least even though double AP is not too good, or the Jarvan, which does have CC to set up that chain. So I don't feel like we're at a point where JDG's mid-jungle can really force anything. Then we're in an awkward position where we're playing around side lanes, Kaisa Nautilus very safe. So your only real option is looking up towards that top side, and that's the side that's fallen far behind.
Side that Cards have been prioritizing is Yu Yanjia going to get hooked in here. This is an advantage for JDG. They burst down the Nautilus, and Loken picks up his first kill of the game. Now this is a window that JDG can play through.
Yeah, they can look to try and use this priority and maybe invade TS's bot side jungle, but it is already cleared. Actually, Karsa is right here, and we see that Knight constantly is pushing in the mid lane. So still, despite that great play coming out from JDG, they have no way of finding anything. Maybe they rotate their bot lane up to Herald right now. They did just push it in, so they're not going to lose out on anything.
We're just watching a flying winged machine beat an old man with a stick. And right now, Zoom does have level 6, but 369 a level lead here after picking up the earlier kill. That means the Divine Judgment in hand. And he's turned into range, of course. That's what happens at 6. We're looking towards that 16 Monka W moment where Kale does become a machine. I'm looking towards Herald right now because JDG have started this one up, even with Castle on the same side, 369. Adding some respect, an early objective to balance the odds here for JDG in game 1.
Yeah, and TS not able to do anything, not even in a position to really pressure on plates because Jackie Love still hadn't gone for a reset, so did finally have to go do that and pick up that Mira mana. Oh, the mana mune, I'm sorry.
That's the one.
That's Mira mana, yeah.
It will be, eventually.
Man, me and item names today. Actually, the first one was a rune.
That's okay. Hey, it's a Sunday, right?
It is a Sunday for us.
It is a Sunday.
Not a Sunday for everyone listening, but a Sunday for us.
Well, I mean, it's like Sunday morning for everyone listening. Is you should listen to this because Loken might be caught out. He has Flash available, but 3 members moving to the top side is a great dark passage from Lumao. 3 people group up. The top esports have now completed the lane swap as 369 is moving bot.
Right now, game state going slow, and with that, you're very happy as TS still. Yep. 369 just getting to free. It's actually kind of funny that in our trash talk video, 369 said, "You're going to sit in lane, do nothing while I move around the map and carry you." And then he ends up picking this Kale, which does have to just sit in lane and do nothing.
As we've seen before. Kanavi with Rafael topside, though. We're going to pay attention here because the Kane does have himself an enhanced back or a push top. Decides to go back instead. Does he have warriors available? That's a good question. Nope. Sitting longsword on the fountain. There we go. Warriors now picked up, but no upgrade yet for the form for Kanavi.
I do want to see Kanavi just end up using that Herald to give plate gold to Loken. He really is going to be the big carry on your team. Yagao not going to have much threat and has actually been struggling in this laning phase, so the thing I love about Karsa is all he really has to do is match any pressure that's coming from Kanavi, so shadowing topside, expecting that same play.
Or exposing Knight, who's got a bit too far forward. Glacial Path is there. He gets out. Turret shot finds its mark. Almost is how Knight dies there, but he manages to scurry away. Teleport almost back up as well.
And in the end, though, Hysterics almost doesn't mean anything. We look at the map. TS have pressure in both sides, so despite the fact that they force Knight out, they actually can't even drop the Herald or try to force any plates or move to a side lane play. TS's bot lane already moving mid.
Castle does pick up the wave mid there as well. I just noticed that Mountain in 30 seconds will bring some attention. I want to correct myself because Kanavi not having upgrade at 10 minutes, quite normal, but we will continue to look over that over the next 5, especially if we're skirmishing around objectives, looking for those orbs to be taken. It's been a while. I miss seeing Kane on the Rift.
I don't.
You don't? You don't find him interesting?
I want to see Zach. I told you that already.
Yeah, that's actually a lot better. Does Kanavi play Zach?
No, it's not a Kanavi-style champion.
He's a Ning pick, as you talked about before. As JDG, they've moved their bottom lane back down here. 4 members exist in front of the Dragon. And here we go.
I mean, they're the ones that can dictate the fight, right? They have the engage. TS have the Kale, which still isn't strong yet, but
they still want to start the engage. They've pulled in 1 member. Here comes Call the Forge God. Is the still available, but no. Kane secures it, and that means for JDG, they're stuck in the pit. The range advantage. Top esports give the Kale another kill. And 369 now with his second. They don't care about the Dragon. They've found something great as Yugi Angel looks for Kanavi, but Kanavi manages to slither away.
And TS just using the Dragon to get a better position on JDG in the fight. Of course, we'd want Yagao to have some sort of flanking position, but because TS are the ones aggressively coming in, Yagao having no actual setup to come from behind, and even all the vision, just look around the Dragon Pit. It's all TS's.
As teleport's going to be used here, we come back after the game state, and 369's picked up a bit of turret plating again. My takeaway from that is, every time Kale gets a kill, I get a little bit more concerned for JDG.
I feel like that's a very good feeling to have.
But this is a decent play. Ritual going to go top side. Not many members exist as Jackie Love is...
Herald for Aphelios is there.
Yeah. And a Kane. But you don't care much about the Kane. He will share the gold. as Jackie Love should be able to defend this turret too.
Yep, so turret not going to end up going down in the end. It's actually going to give TS enough time to react. We already see Karsa heading up, but both Knight and Yagao are on their way as well.
Not really much to teleport there if they wanted to do that. Yagao going to spot him out and stop him. Just note across Summoner's Rift, while we do have a 0-4 Ornn and a 2-3 Kayle, we don't have first items up there, but we do have first items in jungle, in mid, and almost in the bottom lane. I say almost in mid too for Yagao. Infinity Edge coming first here for Loken, while that Manamune was picked up nice and early.
Just really big discrepancy in the mid lane right now. The fact that Knight is getting so many plates and Yagao hasn't touched his turret even once. The nice thing for TS is, as Karsa, you don't even have to hover around bot side. Like, the fact that 369 is even 2-0 and 3 is like a luxury.
Yeah.
It didn't need to happen, but that it did. He's fine. He's going to get to those item breakpoints even faster. And it's all about just covering your bot lane and farming up to that nice point, waiting for more neutral objectives, looking for fights like we just saw.
And you were talking about vision towards the objectives too. When you know where Kanavi is, for Karsa, it's a super easy game to hover around the other lanes. 369, you're getting a closer look as Zoom finally gets a bit more gold in his back pocket. He's also picked up Majora's Mask first, which is another good sign. But for 369, almost level 11, and almost with the Hextech Gunblade start. Should be here on the back, I think. He's got a bounty too.
I would guess, yep.
There
There it is. And we already said how Ornn is very strong in these early trades, so hasn't had a rough time with 369. He has really just lost out in all of these skirmishes, but still, now he's going to start feeling the pain coming up from 369's Kayle.
Especially when that level 11's hit, which should be soon. He's had a level advantage pretty much all lane long. We'll keep an eye on the top right of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. But JDG setting up towards this top side where there is going to be the second Herald spawning. JDG here first, and 369 did just TP bot.
So this should be a free objective for JDG, despite the fact that it's only a one-item Kayle. After the fact that TS had opted for that Dragon fight, I'd imagine that they would have opted for this Rift Herald as well, saying, hey, we don't care, our comp. We've even talked about how all the ways it has of countering what JDG want to do, but instead saying, hey, this Herald doesn't matter. What's more important is just continuing to get gold onto 369.
And he gets the turret solo as well. Notice top of your screen, 3K gold lead here for Top Esports. Natural after what happened in the early game. But our next objective we look towards is that Infernal. JDG have already started stacking up as we're stacking mid kills here. Onto Yagao. Jackie walks on, flashes over the wall. And Yagao goes down 6-1.
And I love Yu Yanja coming in from the other side to cut him off as well. So the thing I love about Kaisa, going back to Jackie Love, is it's such a playmaking AD carry coming out with your ultimate, so it really allows for these big highlight moments. And if you are a very confident, experienced player like Jackie Love is, we can expect to see a lot.
It suits his style of players. Kanavi might be caught out here. No ultimate available. Depth charge used. Kanavi has flashed away. Jungle priority given over, and you have 45 seconds until this Infernal spawns.
And we're at a point where from behind, Kayn not going to offer too much as a champion, right? You really are just damaged, right?
Yep.
You're like any other carry jungler. You don't provide any utility, any CC, so going to struggle to do anything from behind, to where Karsa always going to be useful with the pillar, with the ultimate. And I don't see too many avenues for JDG to start accumulating an advantage for themselves.
Okay, fair point. Because if you give over objectives at this point in the mid-game where we start looking towards the Infernal and an Infernal Rift / Soul for Top Esports, this game's going to get even harder from there.
Like, realistically, you might look at JDG's comp and say, hey, this should outscale quite well. It's Ornn, it's Kayn, and it's Aphelios, but I don't feel like they'll ever be able to
set up,
take over.
JDG might be caught out. Glacial Path is there. Knight locks down Lumao. Box down Golden as well, but Top Esports are engaging. There's a nice death sentence. It's called the Forge God for the re-engage, but the Divine Judgment keeps Knight alive as he's locked in place. It might not matter because out comes Yu Yanja from the side, and that pierce down with the Glacial Tomb is the doom here for Loken, as now the rest of the team needs to get out of there. Top Esports is the flash over the wall from 369, and this Kayle is humongous. 4-0-3, and Top Esports are cleaning up JDG.
And Top Esports feels like they're going to have a very easy time just cleaning up the rest of this game. Going back to the point, without the fact that TS have all three lanes winning at this point, pushing, feels like JDG will never be able to get the setup to find any sort of pick that they would need coming out from this LeBlanc. In any straight up front-to-back team fight, We've talked so many times about all the tools that TS's composition has to stop what JDG want to do.
And that was the first time we kind of saw them come together, but it was even one after one rather than starting it themselves. Top Esports takes such a big fight here in this first game. They've got the Infernal Soul, they've got a 5k gold lead, and we'll watch this beauty again.
And it's great because TS's comp has options to engage with the Nautilus and Lissandra. Does end up getting picked, but does, actually doesn't even need his own ult, has the Kale ult coming through. Then here's the great hook coming from Yuyanja, like you talked about. Easy pick onto Loken, and then he's all the damage in this composition right now, right? Kanavi fell behind. Yagao's just been losing lane, does have that white item power spike, but not going to be too useful in this sort of fight.
God, the Kale has 2 more kills, Lyric. Level 12 on 369, and while this conversation in this game was going to be about, you know, who's the better not better mid laner, but who is, you know, the better team first or second, better top laner comes into it as well. And for 369 and Zoom, they're fighting over it as the mid turret going to be engaged on here. Yuyanja, golden in the nick of time, thanks to Call the Forge Goddess. We're going to run through, and JDG may have found the pick, but the support gets out, flashes through. Yuyanja survives at the cost of the turret.
Still, I'd say that tower is more luxury gold for JDG really than opening up the map, creating any pressure or plays that are available to them.
As, okay, this is a 19-minute, replay, so 18-minute transform into Rust.
Yeah, this game not having the best time.
The latest one we've seen in the LPL was actually Ning at 27 minutes, I believe.
So if Kane does lose this match, we'll be 0-2 in competitive to start the week off.
Oh, no. Definitely not a good sign. As Top Esports pick up another turret. JDG picked up one before. It was their second turret of the game. Top Esports their third. Dragon in 3. Baron in 30 seconds. And Top Esports say, let's go on to Loken, who might not be caught out, might be starting the engage. Jackie Love ults, but he's dead. Big shutdown. Over to Loken, and JDG might have found their window as it's a double kill, but getting traded off by Knight is not a good sign to return. Kanavi comes in as well, but for Top Esports, they've got their Kale. He's on to Zoom, hitting away. Yagao dies to him as well. Another double. My lord, a JDG in trouble.
Still starting off this fight with Loken. Loken is not this player we know as a superstar AD carry who's going to have the confidence to go for these plays, but he did. It looked beautiful. Was able to pick up a 3-for-3, which when you're behind, I'll say is pretty good to trade. Still, like
Kale,
you said,
bro.
2 more kills on the Kale.
I'd say it's good in any other situation, but the Kale now has Nash's tooth and 200 CS at 20 minutes. This is ultimate highlight being Kale.
Like I said, trading when you're the losing team should feel great. You should feel fine, but when you're up against this Kale, which could just easily threaten anything at this point, but let's take a look at Loken. Loken just having the confidence walking forward, knowing that they do have the numbers advantage here, but I still just love him walking forward, is sustaining, but does end up going down in the end tonight. Knight continues to go forward, locking down Luma and Kanavi, and you already talked about this Kale, just easily deleting Zoom, and then Yagao ends up right in front of him. He didn't even do anything to pick up the Yagao kill. It was just handed to him on a silver platter, but hey, TS will take it.
If you want one carry to have all your kills on, the Kale's a pretty nice spot as the Sheen gets picked up after that fight as well.
Here we are setting up how the Kale is meant to peel for the Kaisa, but we had it backwards the whole time.
And hey, Baron's being started here. JDG are going to know what's going on, but the damage that's coming out from this Kale Kaisa duo is so much as Kanavi trying to walk on in. He gets knocked on up and deleted by Jackulov. Top Esports have a numbers advantage, so they turn for the fight as the Kale ulti locked on down on tonight. He survives at full health. A double this time for Jackulov. 369 picks up the Baron, and things go from bad to worse.
Sterix, it's hard for me to get excited.
Sir.
We had a 6-0 Kale. These fights are going to be one-sided for the game to come. Still 6-0 Kale, 6-0-5 right now, on his way to a third item, and we probably won't even get there. They should be able to push down this inhibitor turret and the inhibitor with ease.
It felt like if JDG were going to have one moment in front of the Baron, that would be it. As Top Esports are running forward, and they could just end the game here in 22 minutes. Lumao gets low. Forward they go, and that's a nice call. The Forge God and a double knock-up from Zoom. The defense strong, but Caster survives for so damn long. And remember, the most fed member in 369 is not there yet. Is Kanavi? Yeah, that was probably not the play. As Top Esports take him down, and at least JDG survived.
That definitely was not the play. Like you said, 369's not even there, but doesn't matter. TS are so far ahead. Right now, we're sitting almost at a 10,000 gold lead. Looks like they're going to be able to pick up the second Infernal as well. I don't expect us to see the Infernal solo this game, so...
How did JDG come back, if any play?
Can I be honest?
They don't. Okay.
they need.
So this is the GG go next. Huh?
They need TS to walk into them, like one after the other. But actually, at this point, I feel like even if 369 walks into them by himself, he might be able to take 1 or 2 members down with him.
Oh man, he's done 32% of the team's damage at 23 minutes in the game. He's got a Lich Bane. And is he level 16? He's 1 level away.
One thing I liked that graphic showed us was we've been talking a lot about 369 for good reason, but Karsa having another great performance, and even think about their last series against Rogue Warriors.
Yeah.
Sure, Knight was the ultimate carry in the end, but Karsa had the amazing moments setting him up. Ever since Jackie Love's come back into this team, Karsa's going back to what I feel like is the best jungler in the world.
The RNG 2018 MSI performance that we know and love.
Even last year, where I feel like he was the best jungler in the world, it feels like we're seeing that Karsa once again.
The one who played so well beside Uzi, but also, more importantly, the one who has so many titles to his names as Zoom is absolutely, use your own word here, as 369 is not the one to pick up the kill. Knight gets some of his own.
I do want to say this: there was no high society coming out this game.
No, the high society is the level 16 Kayle, which, if you didn't think the game was over before then, it sure is now. 16 kills to 5, and this is the deathbed of JDG for game 1.
Not much more to say.
Knight's going to ult on in. Well, Jackie Love's going to kill him, and everyone falls to the wayside as Jackie Love now gets some kills of his own. This was a stomp by Top Esports. It wasn't slow and steady wins the race. It was who can get the most kills. And in the end, it is 369ers onto the Nexus. They'll go to the fountain for the dive. It's a nice death sentence, but really for JDG in game 1, it was their death first.
You know, I feel like the pre-video to the match was all just debate. 369 saying like, hey, I'm gonna draft something that's going to constantly move, create pressure on the map. I'm going to pick Wukong. I'm going to pick Renekton. I'm going to go pressure. And then it's like, I'm baiting you into the yard. I'm going to pick the Kayle. And, you know, we ended up here.
And then Karsa just had a great field day in that top side. Early kill goes up. And from there, it feels like the rest is history. Now, that was Top Esports that put on a bit of a shellacking, to use Spawn's word. That was massive.
That was not fun to watch. That was dirty, honestly, seeing TES do that. But we came into this match saying whoever wins today feels like the de facto best team and favorite to win this split.
Sure.
And it didn't even look close. And let's take a step back and even talk about JDG coming into this match where, you know, they lost to FPX at MSC. They looked shaky against Suning. But I was still saying, hey, you know, we can't judge him for that. MSC is MSC. It's not like an MSI or a Worlds or an LPL final. Something completely different. Even against Suning, it's like, hey, we don't know how long of a break they ended up taking. Maybe just coming back rusty off not scrimming much, but there might be some troubled waters ahead for JDG.
Because JDG now have to go back to the drawing board and say, what the heck happened that game? Because we talked up the draft at Top Esports, at least we said the direction here is really nice. That draft didn't even need to get together to work. It was just one lane, followed by everyone else doing well.
It was funny because it came together slow, right? You're like, how do these drafts work? And it's like, oh, how do they work? But then it's like, oh, God, it clicks. And it's like, everything this draft does is great against what JDG had picked. And to be fair, it also did snowball off a very unfortunate top gank into
Zoom
a level 4 skirmish.
4 like 15 minutes.
Exactly.
That wasn't a Zoom game.
But still, that's what's great, right? TS have the talent, experience, and shot calling that if they get a small lead, that they're able to just kind of iron out the game like this.
What we talked up quite a lot with Jackie Love coming into the roster. I will say, after game 1, put the Kayn in the bin, probably where it belongs at this point. Let's go back to something more Kanavi related.
I do want to say, I didn't really see how the Kayn would work in this composition. Don't know how it would pair too well with the LeBlanc. Haven't even seen him playing it, which, again, I'm sure he has, right? Not just going to pull out a champion you haven't played, but I agree. It is kind of weird, though. It's bittersweet because JDG did still get a lot of comfort picks that they're known for.
Yeah.
They got the LeBlanc, they got the Ornn, and let's be honest, Aphelios is a comfort pick for absolutely everyone. So what do you go back to the drawing board with?
I don't know.
Red side, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, for JDG, after what we saw at MSC, you got to remember that it kind of started back at MSC where by FPX they were deconstructed. We got into the first series you're talking about against Suning, where they only managed to edge out a victory over a team that should have won that series. And so for JDG, a lot of concerns on the board. But for Top Esports, setting up the expectation that they're the best team in the LPL, performances like that, and against the likes of Rogue Warriors we saw a couple of days ago, further push that as the norm.
Every caster on this team had TS ranked 1 going into summer. Seems like fan sentiment was very similar. And the hard thing is when you look at the talent on this roster, it's just too hard not to put them number 1 because they are a super team other than Yuyanja, but he is so promising that...
He's a super player.
Well, exactly, right? Like he can get there, and he's showing that he can get there. He had a great game this game.
I mean, he was just so not... He was not a great player in spring.
They did get 2v2 killed, though. Let's throw that out there.
Yeah, that was good. I mean, Loken and Lumao gave us a bit of hope.
Loken looked good.
Yeah. But then everyone from JDG kind of fell apart after that. We got a point where now we're looking towards Top Esports in this game too to see if they can do that again, or if JDG have something to say in our match of the week. We're going to go to a break and see what happens after this.
两边今天第2把这火药味有点重啊，
是。
关键我这3个人下来还要再打3打2，
这一波双人组想回线，以为已经是打完了，没想到正面3个人飞天下来，把心魔给杀掉了。但防盗门也是扛了蛮久的一个时间，vs.16反手一个烟雾弹罩住了小天，他在换弹，小天这时候后面双人组过来帮忙打，但是奥恩没有走，奥恩6级有一个羊，但是羊没有做到2个残血的人员，但是vs.16一个 Q 技能，哇，直接打墙打掉了2个人头，而另外一边妖姬魔影迷踪飞进来。再把林伟翔给击杀，上路已经要被拆掉了。
姗姗来迟，
这甚至林伟翔都不在正面啊！上一个人就直接用大量的小兵，而且这波一勾到了一个豹女，泰坦直接给大招，这位置可能要直接秒掉，但是16往后跳了一下，开了一个金身，但是奥拉夫就贴在脸上，这样有诸神黄昏，先剁掉了豹女以后，再把心魔也给带走。另外一边踢下来了一个鳄鱼，
好像也走不掉了。确实也承担起这个开团的作用，把前排这个坦度顶住就可以了。
哎，抽牌，开局跑上来，强行留。哎，这波是什么意思呢？
觉得有人
再飞到后面，
想做一个拦截。
但是沙皇其实不虚拟，反而直接流沙一行飞脸逼出一个闪现。小虎这波是想1打1沙皇吗？大招直接回脚治疗以后 ，Maple 反手，这应该是个单杀，
还有个救赎。
远古巨龙的血量下得非常的快，已经马上进斩杀线了，熊熊要往前冲，奥拉夫这波又是平，但是1乘2把远古巨龙给拿下来了 ，Maple 直接把小兵给融化掉，大面开起来的一个 New 还能扛吗？往前一剑击飞到熊熊，熊熊倒下，小虎这个位置被 Maple 踩了一下，血量很危机，赖特又刷出一个精准弹幕，一个 Q 技能，配上远古巨龙的一个斩杀能力，赖特已经成神，吃到一个罪名的一个攻速减速，由赖特直接交出进化，
是时候出击了。全凭技术。
正面龙已经掉了，大圣花火炸出来，vs.16直接剩下1/3血，西莫追起了一个防盗门，但是后排进场的是加里奥，然后再大招回来，另外一边羊1串5，但是正面没有伤害跟进，威斯不敢点人，因为正前方有一个看的一个天使，天使是举着叫 R 闪上去，直接炸死了威斯以后，再2刀把vs.16给收掉，另外一边奥恩被毒打，林伟翔这波是直接贴脸。
利刃在手，志财八方。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
Giga-fed Kale to take game 1 here for Top Esports in 369. And a great way to enter our match of the week with Top Esports actually just demolishing JDG in game number 1. Lyric, Hysterics, 369. MVP after what was a pretty big game for him.
Yeah, it was absolutely insane by 369.
Yep.
We saw it just snowballing off of one early skirmish, putting him so far ahead, and there was really nothing JDG could even do.
I love we're just throwing the damage taken in there as well. Not many people got to him, and after that first double in the top side, he was unbeatable, and then he kept picking up more and more and more.
And it was just great to see him constantly group with the team. They have a lot of options to engage and also a lot of ways to dissuade JDG from looking for these picks. And he was really just all the damage in this comp, right? It didn't matter what the other members of TES did as long as they were using their CC to lock down the members of JDG. He was able to just delete anyone. Great flash from him right there, and well-earned MVP.
I feel like Jackie Love was a supporting member in this game as well. He absorbed the damage, and then in comes 369.
He was like the bait, right? Like he was put there to look very juicy, make you want to go, and then 369's like, not today, and comes in, cleans up the fight. Again, ends up 6-0-7, I think, something along those lines.
I think more than that as well. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. But 369 over Zoom. Top lane story is who's the best, who's the second best. 369 making a pretty good case here in the first game.
369's been good since coming in last year to the league. Very promising talent. And it's glad that MSC finally put a spotlight on what he is to Western viewers, because especially I really hope they get to go to Worlds this year, because it does feel like he is competing for that best top laner in the world title.
Because you know what the Chinese casters say? I was talking to Teddy or Zoya, about a month and a half ago, and what he actually said was, on their side, they talk about rolling a 3, a 6, or a 9. And that's what kind of player he is. He either rolls, 3 being bad, 9 being great. Game 1, he rolled a 9.
Well, one thing I want to say is, to put it in simplistic terms, right? We have top laners like the Shy, we have top laners like Zoom, and 369 feels like a very, good middle ground. He's able to do both. He can play for the team. You can come gank for him. He loves to play the picks like the Shy, the Jaces, the Quins, Snowball's lane.
He looks up to the Shy. Remember that video we talked about in spring? Kind of cute to see him fangirl over what was the best top laner at the time, but he stepped into that mantle, and he's looking like the new best.
For those of you who weren't around in spring, the Shy added him on the Korean server, and he's just freaking out that his senpai notices him, that his idol, is giving him his time in the sun, and he said something like, "Hey, nice TP today," and 369 replies, "I love you."
Oh, it's so cute.
It was.
But for 369, remember, he's only been in the LPL since last year. This is his second year coming through. Even in his debut year, he was hyped up. This year, he has been so damn consistent and a threat, as Zoom knows from game number 1, as Top Esports have elected to go on blue side here. So we're swapping sides of the Rift, and different bans already, with the Felios taken by Top Esports.
And once again, you want to keep your eyes on what 80 carries are going to be left open. If JDG doesn't opt to ban the Ezreal, I think that's what you would expect first. You could also go for something like a Trundle, though.
Yep.
It's really just been all about preference here. Again, we have teams doing so many different things with the meta so open, but for TS, to me, I'd expect the Ezreal pick.
Jackie Love plays so much Ezreal in his solo
Exactly,
queue,
yep. So
a favorite of his, and a pick that he's looked great on.
The thing that's good about the Ezreal too, as we talked about it last draft, is that it is a champion that's good against what the Trundle offers. So I do like that as a first pick. But this would offer something interesting.
Not out of left field. I mean, Kramer's picked this up a lot in the past on the side of LGD, but Ashe has become more and more popular.
Yeah, it's definitely creeping into the meta with more teams. Pretty much no one's picked up Misfortune other than 1 or 2 times in the first 2 days. So we are moving over to this pick. I also like it because it does offer a lot of CC, which someone like Kanavi typically doesn't bring, because he is on picks like we saw last game, the Canes, the Graves, the Kindred. So I like this a lot. Ooh, setting up for a good pick potential right now.
Yeah, Lumao back on his Bard. The best Bard in the league is Castle responds here with the early Trundle instead. Smiles on his faces. There's the bottom lane that we know.
So earlier we were talking about how in the West, people right now are just all like, okay, if we get Ezreal, it's almost for sure going to be a Yuumi.
Yeah.
Here we don't do it, which really surprises me because the counter over in the West typically is something like the Lulu, which our supports in LPL don't play.
No, and Lulu's boring as well, to be quite honest. I mean, Yumi's boring. Let's also be
Do you think
frank.
that goes into the coaches and the players' opinion? You know, so how about Lulu into Yuumi? Oh no, that's boring.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put it past any LPL player to look for fun, especially if you're on a team like IG or even top esports. Oh, we've lost the Renekton though. JDG have moved into the second ban phase, really targeting this out while Zoe is gone from Yagao. Both Knight and Zoe, both Knight and Yagao, big Zoe players.
I mean, Yagao's two signature picks are the Zoe and the LeBlanc.
Yep.
I feel like if you're TS, you just ban both. No reason to leave the LeBlanc open. Just take away his comfort champions. And then beyond that, what does Yagao really look proficient on? He has also had a Lissandra game himself this split, and obviously did have quite a few champions he played last time, but I'd say there's a clear level difference on those two picks. I'd love for JDG just to lock in the Wukong here. It is clearly our S+ tier top laner in the LPL.
Yep.
Does fairly well into everything and does get to that point in skirmishes where it is quite strong.
Changes the lane dynamic for someone like Zoom as well, who got bullied around in game number 1. So smacked down. Now while top esports have to show us their two solo laners.
Maybe we see the Mordekaiser here. It has been our go-to answer here in the LPL
Or the
for the
Hecarim,
Wukong.
right?
Of course. You could go with the Wukong, which is set up very well with the Yuumi. I love the Hecarim Yuumi combo, but it doesn't scream 369 to me for some reason.
Does this?
Which it should. Oh, and we're getting it.
Does this?
No, not at all. And hasn't been a matchup I'm actually familiar with at all, but Sion, I would say, is pretty neutral into just about everything.
It's kind of funny because in spring, 369 had this Malphite game. He had these tank games, and you're like,
oh, God.
What is the direction here? Well, a bit of all-in created with the Shockwave and the Sion Unstoppable.
This team fight is absolutely disgusting. You look at the front line coming out from 369 and Clarksa. You have Peel disengaged, sustained coming out from the Yuumi. No one should be able to get onto the Ezreal. Sure, you have like Bard, Ashe as well, but you have so much mobility coming out from him, and then just a Knight to stack up the damage. I expect him to lock in the Azir here. I also think it fits quite nicely against what TS have picked up. I don't see really a better option, but...
So how does it come together? Because you just talked to me about top esports with the dirty team fighting. But for JDG, it looks a little bit more pristine.
It definitely is more, I'd say, skill-based, right? Exactly. You have a lot more skill shots. If someone like Bard doesn't hit, I'd say, like a 2 or 3 man ultimate on some key targets, it is going to be hard to come out ahead in a straight-up 5v5. Sure, you do have a lot of DPS coming out from the Azir, which I love, but I feel like Yuumi on top of the front line that TS have drafted should be enough to deal with it.
That's curious because, again, a change-up in drafts and something we didn't expect from 369. He goes from the Kayle to the Sion. Again, champion ocean for this top laner. One that people don't see coming. So Wukong versus Sion, a new matchup here in the LPL that, I mean, we'll talk about for a bit, but then Sion will survive and will be pummeling each other all game long. But I do want to bring our focus back because, once again, it looks like Lumao's set in position to land the ulti and get JDG in form together for, again, those pristine setups that we talked about.
It's going to be tough, though, right? Because I want to see 3 or 4 man ulti into a Wukong ultimate, setting up all the bursts coming out from the Graves, as well as the DPS from the Azir, right?
Yeah.
But it's very easy to say these things, much harder to do.
Well, JDG are a top team, and even though they got slaughtered in game 1, we expect them to come back rushing out of the gates. Our match of the week has beautiful players with beautiful compositions. Let's run into this one and we'll get more of Lyric's wisdom running into game number 2. It's Yagao versus Knight. It's 369 versus Zoom. It's Casa versus Kanavi. Let's just go through. It's 10 of the best players here in the LPL. And running onto the Rift, the LPL gives you a slice of paradise here to finish off your Sunday. And we're hoping this goes to game 3.
One thing that is pretty interesting to me is I don't think it is that cut and dry in terms of team fights in this game because you do still have a frontliner in Wukong who offers a lot of good engage. And as we've talked about many times with Bard, if he does hit those abilities, which I want to assume that he will, you still have a ton of damage and burst coming out from the side of JDG. You have a lot of pick potential with your CC from Wukong, Ashen Bard, so you definitely have the tools available to take the fights. And I actually really like how close the Colonel has it because I feel very similar.
His bell curve isn't even that. It's just pretty much a straight line.
Yeah, it's pretty. So he has it 52 to 48, slightly in favor for the side of JDG. So to me, this game's going to be very close.
Hello, Scion. He's got Grasp of the Undying, looking for a stack here, but Zoom goes in first, a favorable trade. And we're at 1 minute 30, so for 369, starting at almost half health is going to be dangerous as Kanavi's walking into this. Decimating Smash doesn't do much, but top esports are converging on this position while Yagao isn't there yet. Over the wall, Knight into the blue pit first.
Oh, and they're not even going to look for the, ooh, they are. Because they do have quite a strong level 1, right? Trundle only able to walk up and Q you as compared to Graves, who does have the range, as well as that E.
But blue buff resets. Kanavi goes back to his own jungle, and where's Karsa going to start? Onto the blue buff himself.
But still did guarantee some priority in the mid lane. So Yagao going for the comment, so is going to be able to look for the poke in this matchup.
Super rare to see, right? Like, we have a lot of... no, we've moved away from Halo Blades. What was the most... Electrocute's been coming through a lot.
No. So towards the end of last split, we actually did mostly get Comet.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Azir that much at the start of this split. We have gotten lethal tempo, but it has been into some slower matchups like the Cassidans and things along those lines.
You know, Knight going unsealed spellbook. I mean, I guess second time tonight here from the Orianna. First it was Rookie.
I guess this is a slower matchup too, though, Orianna against Azir. We expect both of them to just farm. True. Of course, with the poke coming out from that Comet, should be an easier time to guarantee that priority in the mid lane and give Kanavi room to look for these skirmishes in the jungle.
Hey, while we are looking across the rift, before we start talking about this top lane matchup, note that there's triple TP on the side of JDG. Loken has opted in for the TP Ashe. The Season 1 special, we'll call it. So with lethal tempo on board, as Karsa and Kanavi are going to butt head-to-head. Now, the steal here for Kanavi could be big, as Smite does have the advantage for Karsa. He locks it down, and Kanavi can't get in range, so he goes away empty-handed as Karsa's still here, and Kanavi's on top of Raptors. And they're just butting heads.
Yeah, right now, Karsa not feeling so confident to all in on this because we can see that Yagao is hovering and Lumao not showing in the bottom lane. Didn't matter that he was a whole level up, not having the safety to look for that.
Do you want to talk about this? We're just scrambling and hitting each other.
Again, I'm going to be honest. Not familiar with this matchup. I've never seen this matchup.
That's fair. No one has.
Most tanks have very strong trade patterns in the early game, so I don't expect really much to come out. Probably functions very similar to an Ornn or a Maokai in that sense. He also did take Grasp, which is a laning rune, so... But we did just see in that interaction that Zoom does have the ability to at least dodge out from a full charge Q, so that should go in his favor. But yeah, expect 369 to pressure early. At some point in this matchup, maybe level 6, Zoom will start being able to come back, and then once we hit that 1 item mark, probably Wukong favored.
Both going to be influential in team fights, both going to add an impact here as Karsa's towards the top side, so while we're not at that 6 point yet, 369 still has the shove. Decimating Smash this early on, clears the wave so damn quick as, oh, missed the cannon, but Zoom back to his turret.
Also did take Biscuits, so both of them taking Biscuits, both having more sustain in that laning phase. And Karsa being topside, this is how TES like to play. We almost never see Karsa actually give ganks towards his bottom lane. It is all about him playing around his soul lanes. I would say 369 more so than Knight, but of course, ever since Jackie Love came in, Karsa has been much better at playing around the mid lane as well.
And we know how Jackie Love is as a player, especially when he was on IG. It was about winning his lane himself. He was also on a team that didn't play around the bottom side. So right at home here for the new 80 carry of top esports.
And I want to see JDG just go for this dragon, which is what it looks like they're doing. You have priority in bot, you have priority in mid. I think they had an inkling that Karsa was topside from the way that 369 is playing out this lane. He did TP straight back, so that would kind of make you assume he has some inkling of safety.
And Zoom can TP back after this dragon's half killed as well. And Loken and Lumao are going to be walking back to lane. So as you said, dragon not going to be contested, just taken away.
This comp does actually fit the way JDG like to play, where they're a lot more about playing around taking enemy jungle camps as well as neutrals rather than looking for straight up ganks for their laners.
Very true. Lumao hiding out of vision though. Watch his bottom lane. Nice cosmic binding as they look for Lumao, but he's over with a nice little magical journey. And once again, we see the best Bard in the LPL. I'm looking forward to when he has that ulti. I'm looking forward to the mid game here from Lumel, and especially Loken too. They've almost hit their level 6. And Loken's actually on 5. But notice there is a cleanse on Jackula.
Oh, I was going to say, notice Karsa is posturing for a dive, but I would not think you dive as an Ezreal Yumi.
Secured vision is Jackulove is going to E forward now. Lumel is low on mana. Yeah, trying to at least. They're not going to be pulled in as easy as that. So Karsa says, all right, I'll get Scuttle. Fair enough.
We're at a point now where Kanavi does have more options if he doesn't look for a gank. Of course, you do have that Shurima shuffle on the Yagao, on Yagao, trying to push Knight onto his side of the lane, and then Kanavi come in. Of course, Zoom also at that level 6 point, so gonna have that Cyclone.
Look how aggressive he's being as well. I believe he just took away the Wolves on top side.
JDG plays for jungle matchup, plays for camps. It's always been the way they played, and that's why it was so nice to see them pick up the finals where the meta did finally start going in their favor.
Which is why also game 1 was weird, because it felt like Kanavi was on a back burner for a while as well. So.
Kane.
Kane, yeah. We don't talk about that apparently. Well, I'm looking top. Sadly, we're just going to see 2 people hitting each other. Zoom is taking the back end of the trades, though, as still Karsa up towards his top side, going back to his own jungle. Blue buff up, available to give over to Knight. And we got a slower early game here, as Zoom's going to use Cyclone, but a Scion uses Unstoppable Onslaught, and that's about that.
So it goes the way we expected. Once Zoom hits 6, is able to have some threat back in the lane.
Very smart at this game, Luke.
But I don't expect anything to happen anytime soon. JDG are the ones that have the tools to be proactive. They have the Ashe, they have the Bard.
But you're not talking about pure scaling at this game, are you? It's about how you use the comps, right?
I mean, TS's comp looks like pure scaling to me. You have Ezreal Yumi with an Orianna in the mid lane, so I don't know how much more pure scaling you can get.
I don't know, just add the Kale back in, Vladimir as well.
So where does the Kale, a Kale jungle?
Kale jungle, that's it, it's a new meta. New day. Hey, after seeing Kane, I think anything's possible, right? As Karsa and Kanavi just going to look at each other. Karsa with a bit of a lead here in the jungle, with a level lead rather. He's going to start Herald. Now, Kanavi is towards his top side, and Yagao does have Flash and ulti available, but so does Knight.
JDG were really good in spring at letting a team start a Herald to get a better posture for the team fight. They actually didn't care that you would take the Herald. They would just use that to, be able to secure the CC onto 5-man and come out ahead.
Kind of like what we saw from top esports at Dragon in the first game, right?
Exactly.
As Herald is there, Kanavi's aware.
Lumel's on his way.
Is he coming up quick enough? That's my question. As Kanavi's walking through, he's now hit level 6 himself. The eye taken, stolen away. Kanavi takes it, doesn't look again at Karsa, but might actually turn with a phase rush available. He's done the damage. He secures Scuttle, and that was just nice.
The worst part is we didn't even see Zoom posture, try to give a wave up to get there first, like most LPL top laners would.
Yeah.
Crusader and Tower collected the wave, but Kanavi just able to steal. Pretty disappointing from Karsa.
It's pretty big, though, from Kanavi. He'll get the enhanced recall, and he can put this down any lane at this point. Yes, what do we see mid? Oh, it was flash burnt by Knight.
That's how they, so they were able to get mid priority through that. This flash is down, and great play coming from Yagao. Of course, the story of these guys coming from the same hometown, playing in the same LAN cafe, so always nice to see them trading blow for blow, where game 1 wasn't really close. There were no blows traded. It was just kind of Knight doing as he pleased.
And then got to the point where everyone grouped up and Knight had a better time than Yagao. Just remember as well that Yagao has been in the league in a while. He and Zoom have had a partnership on JDG pretty much since its
2018
inception.
spring.
That's right.
Yep, been
so
around
far
for a long
split.
time.
But Knight has been in the conversation as best mid laner since last year. Remember before he was on Suning with Tien, and he finally got his starting role in top esports, and everyone said, wow, this guy is in need to go to Worlds. We still say the same thing. He still hasn't been to Worlds, but he still needs to pick up that domestic title. The question is whether he can do it this split. Yagao has picked up one before him as well.
So
the old slap in the
Zoom
face.
has no TP, sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're right.
But 369 is already here.
Ooh, good dodge though from Knight.
So this should be TS's Dragon. Yep, looks like JDG not even going to opt into a trade.
Knight has Shockwave as well, no Tempered Fate as you just saw on your screen. Kanavi walking up. As here comes Sion. Unstoppable Onslaught makes a weird sound on that skin. As there it is, taken away, and yep, Kanavi has to flash.
I'm disappointed that JDG didn't die because the fact that they were even willing to make that play when Zoom was on top side. Exactly. Lots of disrespect. I feel like they deserve to be punished for that disrespect, and I'm sad that they were only punished with the flash.
Well, you're right. At least Top Esports will say, okay, we took the flash. Maybe we can do something with that. We've also got the Mountain Dragon turning into an Ocean Rift. Ocean Soul for both of these teams. Yummy, yummy.
Kanavi does still have the Rift Herald, though, so you
true.
do have the ability to create a point of pressure there. Like with most Rift Heralds, I do prefer to see it placed in the mid lane and try to open up the map that way, unless you do have some kind of either hyper carry like the Aphelios or a strong split pusher, so just having the longer lane is beneficial.
We talked about how these comps work and playing through the gaps in vision. Cyclone's going to be his top side though, and this is a double knockup. But 369, he's already so damn tanky with that Sunfire cape.
I was going to say, we weren't seeing it, but it was on the mini-map that Kanavi was bullying out Carson in his jungle. Forced Carson to actually blow his ultimate.
Which still has a bit of a cooldown at this point. Kanavi goes back to Scuttle and is about 10 CS lead while Loken's moving mid. Setting up for Arrow, but he's in full vision. Knight does not have Cleanse in his unsealed spellbook repertoire, but Lumao over the wall is, here you go, this is what you wanted.
Yeah, and I love it because in both these games, we're now getting to see the dynamics of the two teams. TS Game 1.
Shockwave, Arrow, and Charge. Alrighty.
I mean, that's that, but
that's life, huh?
TS in Game 1 finding an early gank and being able to snowball the game just completely off that. This game, JDG playing for jungle matchup, rotating their pressures around the map to help accentuate Kanavi and, you know, finding a small gold lead.
Which is good, important. It's what we wanted out of JDG was to see them play League of Legends, right?
And even though we said TS's comp really just does spell out scaling, not as cut and dry, like we said. Azir does very well in the late game. You are going to have this engage option with Zoom. Graves going to just deal a ton of burst damage. Ashe going to be quite the threat as well. And we've seen what Bards can do over the past, week in the LPL.
I mean, you can get to late game, but pick's still going to be pick, right? And at that point in the game, Flash is so much more valuable. So I still love that we're seeing more of the Ashe, the Bard again from Lumao, and what this comp can do. We've got a point where JDG, yes, they're ahead in gold. We're 13 minutes in, we've had a much slower game, so what the heck is that Sion skin? Is that Mecha? That's not Mecha Sion.
I'm not sure.
It's another form of Mecha. I don't know why he was
I told you, I'm not versed in,
skins?
Not just
None
skins.
of you color casters are. I don't know why.
Who plays with skins?
What is
Faker didn't play with skins. I don't know if Faker still might not play with skins. I don't know. I don't get to watch the LCK because there's so much LPL.
I feel like because Faker's played Rumble.
That
before,
was that was what Faker was famous for. Was never using skins.
I feel like he's used Super Galaxy
It's because
Rumble.
you weren't here back in the day, you youngin.
I was born in 2015 as Chana Crystal Arrow. Oh, hits Knight, but can Yagao get in there to shuffle in? Yes, he can. Backs against the wall as now versus 3. The Shockwave great, but the Ignite not enough. That was gorgeous from Loken.
Proactive tools being used by JDG is what we want to see. They have the Bard, they have the Ashe. Using this Ashe beautifully hasn't been meta for a long time, but back in 2017 when it was a staple, this is how it was played. Pretty much using Arrow off cooldown. That's what someone like Prey was famous for, right? Creating these picks around the map.
Prey, one of the best Ashes in the world, as JDG just sets off their momentum as the time's going to go down, and now Caster's in the middle of it, just dead. Zoom with a nice engage, and JDG with a nice early game. 2,500 gold in the lead.
They've just done such a good job at using their priority in both mid and bot to find picks, take dragons, and constantly invade Karsa's jungle.
It might be slow on the scoreboard, but that's what JDG love. In the regular season, we saw be the most controlled team as the engage comes through, and JackeyLove's over the wall. They might have stepped a bit too far forward. The Tempered Fate doesn't land, and Kanavi's dead. Remember, JackeyLove's going to have the Arcane Shift. Instead, flashes and gets Lumao. A double kill with Loken on the horizon. Top Esports have now picked up some crucial kills.
This is great to see, too, because JackeyLove is going to be the most crucial member in the late game for me. Sure, Knight's on the Orianna, but when you are the Ezreal with the Yuumi, you're going to have all this mobility, all of this sustain, and honestly, not very guaranteed lockdown on the side of JDG. Again, it's very skill dependent. That JackeyLove will be the key member who will be able to put the team fights on his back.
And he just went back and picked up the Iceborne Gauntlet too, so this is a very big AD carry in the making, while Top Esports top side are actually getting this Herald. Zoom and Yagao looking to snipe this one away, but Smite is available. All they have to do is take it. It is going over to Kasa. Picks up the Herald, runs away.
One thing that's been impressive for TS is 369 has kept Zoom under his turret this whole game. Zoom has not been able to be a factor in this game. Obviously wasn't a factor in game one, was actually quite a detriment.
It was, yeah, well said. But having said that, look at the goal. Zoom is still up there. As we saw him roam to the mid lane that one time.
Yep.
That was the only time he got out of lane. So at least he used the time well there. As Ocean is going to go down. But Knight over the wall, not in range. But Top Esports are grouping here, Lyric. I'm not sure what Jackie and Yu Yanjia can do versus 4.
But at the same time, 369's about to have TP and Yagao is top.
Oh. So something's going to happen, you're telling me. All right. But not yet. Yagao's just going to pick up the turret instead.
It doesn't matter.
4 kills, 16 minutes.
Listen, Hysterics.
Ready for bed.
This turret is just a luxury, was just false hope for the side of TS. If anything, it lied to them and makes them feel like they have safety when they don't. So it's better that it's gone.
Okay. So that's like the 3.5 head maneuver, huh? I don't know what you call that one. Jackie Love, big boy, as he dodges away from the Tempered Fate, steps forward, and that's double ulti. The waves fly across Summoner's Rift as Jackie Love's going to have Arcane Shift soon, and with a nice little, whatever the hell that was, from 369. Top Esports give another kill over to Jackie Love. JDG getting caught out.
Bard is only as valuable as the skill shots that you hit, and when you hit none, you are absolutely worthless. So, great play from TS. They're going to be able to secure this turret. So, going to be 1 to 2 in turrets.
Issues are rising, huh? Top Esports are just finding these moments to catch JDG out. Gold lead still at 2K, but Jackie Love's sitting on a mountain of gold. And the rest of the map's doing okay. As the steal for blue buff not going to come through. Knight actually finds it. Zoom's committed forward. Shockwave is available, but Knight just needs to use it, brings him back, and picks up a kill. What is JDG doing, Lyric? Because they're throwing away a lot.
Like, you can see the logic, right? They push out top lane so deep, mid was neutral.
Well, maybe Knight's going to do the same. Nice from Cosmic Binding. They didn't think it would land as Knight, the burst damage is there. Flashes away, but Yagao has walked too far forward. The Sun Turret to get him out, but Jackie Love says, it's my turn once again. Arcane Shift forward? Yes, he will. Pokes them down. True Shot Barrage. Lumao gets tagged on the end, and this cat and boy just want to go forward. Gonna spot out Arcane Shift over the wall. He does! And Lumao's like, why won't he leave me alone? The magical journey to escape, and Jackie Love is 1v3ing.
This is Ezreal Yumi, Hysterics. This game is gonna be decided by Jackie Love.
And he's deciding it right now. Yagao caught out. The True Shot Barrage not needed if he can poke him down. The minion wave saves Yagao's life. Rift Herald drop mid, and gold's even.
Yeah. TS right now just completely controlling the map, going all the way back to that top invade. Zoom feeling like he pushed out the lane far enough for him and Yagao to invade and take that blue buff. But still, Karsa had already recalled on the bottom half of the map. Kanavi was nowhere close, so setting up this whole chain of events, which is still going.
It's still rolling in this top side. Red buff for the steal, not going to be taken as he engages here. Chanakris Lara only hits the tank though. They kite back and Jackie Love is still alive. The Tempered Fate hits him, but enough damage has been done as the Shockwave doesn't come through before Knight does. So for JDG, an opportunity arises if they can kill Jackie Love and Yu Yanjia. The answer no for now as they take the magical journey on top of Yagao. Poke continues to come through, and this dude won Worlds for a reason. Watch him go forward with a triple kill, turning into the potential of a penta. Chase is still there, and Lyric, you know that Lumao's going to die.
He's going to die because this is Ezreal Yumi. I don't know any other way to say this. It's Ezreal Yumi. This is what it does.
You said it well. Auto attack. Hang on. Wait. Quadra kill. Unofficial quadra kill. He's got 7 kills.
Why does that excite you? We knew it was going to happen. It's like when someone tells you the end of the movie. Are you still excited when the end of the movie happens?
Because you're like, oh, it did happen. Okay, that was nice.
I guess it depends, right? If it's one of those like refreshing,
it's a good movie.
Exactly, yeah. If it's some like, or it could actually be a bad movie, but with like a refreshing, redeeming ending.
Oh, okay. You're like, more like it's, I'm glad it's over, right? Oh, Yagao teleporting.
The spectator trying to show us something.
He's saying Yagao TP'd in to kill Knight.
Knight is dead.
Yeah, he should be dead. Nice Empress Divide. And, yep, down he goes. Okay.
feel like that was my play-by-play moment.
No, you didn't really hit it well, did you?
I'm not meant
sorry, a bit toxic, actually. On a level 4, by the way.
Let's see what happens. So JDG are the ones trying to go in. We see Ash Arrow hit Karsa, but unless you lock down Jackie Love, he's just going to deal so much damage. You don't even have a true frontline, in my opinion. You only have Wukong, who does itemize damage first. And it doesn't matter that Knight goes down. It doesn't matter that you actually hit all of your key abilities.
Kill Jackie Love.
You have Ezreal, Yuumi, they E forward, they don't die.
Hey, he's got an 8 kill as we come back. Honestly, if Sword of the Occult was still in the game, Jackie Love would have one. And boy, would it be stacked.
For JDG to be able to come out ahead in these fights, you really need your Tempered Fate to hit Jackie Love, chain that into a
It did in that last fight, but you need even more than that.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Well, exactly. You don't even finish the sentence. Chain that into a Cyclone, which they weren't able to do,
True.
and then, you know, really burst him out from the start.
There's no fishing around Baron. As pings are going down for Ocean, Baron's going to go down. Knight is going to try and steal this. And at this point,
he's going to do it.
He's going to go into the brush.
I believe it.
Will they see him pop into the brush? I don't know. Baron's going to go down. And True Shot Barrage. That would have added a bit too much for JDG's basket. 3k gold lead, Baron. And honestly, at this point, it feels like this game could also be in the toilet.
I want to say, I feel like at that point, you make the confidence play. You just go over anyway. And even if you die, your team has the Baron. JDG aren't going to be able to take an objective. So believe in yourself.
Okay. Had a drink of water. I'm looking at this game. Colonel A. So as soon as Jackie Love picked up kill number 5, I think you flop upwards instead of down, you know?
And for TS, they don't need to play out the whole map. 369 does have TP, so he can try to get that bottom wave going, but...
Yagao has no mana. Sun Turret is not going to save him. As Yumi's on top of Karsa, Jackie Love's going to take this up, but he doesn't need the cat as he gets locked down. That's a good chain of events, but where's Yagao? Well, no mana. Yu Yanjia picks up a well-deserved kill. Yumi is balanced, ladies and gentlemen, and 3 items on Jackie Love. He's now going to follow alongside us. Arcane Shift. Lumao says, get me out of here. He's dead as well. This game is over through the bottom lane. Oop. What the heck?
Oh my god.
There's musical chairs. That was nice.
Look, I just want to see TS start a slow push in their bot lane, or their bot lane was already pushing. They could honestly just leave it be. Have Sion move towards mid, group up as 5 towards the top lane, and just, you know, open up an inhibitor.
Why don't we see Ezreal and Yuumi more often?
In the LPL, I'm not sure. We have 2 teams that actually prioritize Ezreal, I'd say, more than what other teams have shown, which is these 2.
Yep.
TS and JDG were our teams that said, hey, we care more about Ezreal than things like Kalista or Aphelios.
I think as well, because Jackie Love's so good on the pick, it really influences it.
And Yu Yanjia actually played 4 games of Yuumi in MSC, so this is a team that cares about Ezreal Yuumi.
They've shown up big on 9 kills here for Jackie Love, and JDG are grouping, but it's going to be hard to lock down. 369 is now unkillable, as one bit of poke, that's what it takes. Jackie Love has the ultimate available. He's walking forward confidently, and even Yu Yanjia has a needlessly large rod, as True Shot Barrage goes through the minion wave instead. And Top Esports still with the rest of the Baron buff for 40 seconds of pushing forward. Good engage here from Zoom. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands. Jackie Love gets locked down with a nice Tempered Fate. Will that kill him? He arcane shifts away. He's kiting away. Now 5 members are here, but the problem is Jackie Love is not dead. Top Esports send him into the mix as he's getting poked down, and finally he disrespects them enough to get slaughtered. It's a kill going over, and finally something for JDG.
I love that you ended with he disrespects them enough, right? Because had he not walked so far forward, he probably could have just kept throwing out damage from the back. And, you know, who knows how the fight would have kept going if JDG decided to run in further. But still, we celebrate the wins when we can take them.
We do.
And JDG won a team fight. They're still at Soul Point. So, you know, let's not be too negative for JDG, but...
I won't anymore, no. Take me through this.
Okay.
Where you can.
So TS are sieging. Notice that Knight is not here. So TS don't care. They opt into a numbers disadvantage fight. Karsa already going down because Logan's actually quite large at this point. And here's where it gets a bit dicey. TS decide to re-engage. Knight flashes in and sure kills Kanavi, but yeah, like you said, disrespect.
Just press D in the middle of 4 people, huh?
Let's go back about 2 minutes. TS's comp wants to group up as 5 with the Baron, pressure and inhibitor turret, so they don't give JDG those options. JDG do still have a ton of CC in their composition.
Very true.
And, you know, whether you hit it on the right targets or not doesn't matter too much if you do have a 5v4.
Because I said before, I said this game feels like it's done, right? No, I could not be more wrong if Top Esports do not play this out in the manner you described.
This is also why, sure, if TS play perfectly when they have Baron, they could probably go with a 3 or 2 lane setup. But why even risk it when you know if you group as 5 in front of their inhibitor turret, they can engage onto you. You do have the siege potential to guarantee that inhibitor.
And when you have JackieLove is almost at 4 items here with Blade of the Ruin King incoming on top of that Death Stance. Had he survived the poke here from this Ezreal, Yagal's going to teleport in. JDG are grouping up to match. Ocean Soul 35 seconds away for them. If they get that Ocean Soul, and this game comes back to a very winnable point as now JackieLove on top of Kanavi. True Shot Barrage doesn't tag him, but Kanavi poked down to half health, and JackieLove over the wall poking them back.
Yeah, this probably should just be... Actually, Zoom does have TP.
Here he comes.
They don't, I was going to say, they don't really have any good flank wards, which is pretty disappointing, but...
What do you think happens next? 369 absorbing a bit of damage here. He's stuck in the mid lane. He has the ultimate available.
Yeah.
But maybe they turn this around instead. JDG cornered around. Here comes 369 into the wall, locked down. The picked apart Zoom, who does get the Cyclone in the end. The ultimate misses though from Loken, and even the Bard Tempered Fate as JackieLove gets low, but not low enough. Healed up with Yuumi. JDG down their top laner. Top Esports have a numbers advantages. Yagal gets poked down as well. Can he make it through? Only just. They're going to lose that turret. They're going to lose the Dragon too.
I love how we just see 369 ignoring all the damage being done to him, just keeps walking forward.
Agent 007 doesn't care. Lumao flashes away. True Shot Barrage almost up. There it is. Down the line, ready to be fired, but they don't care. They've got themselves an inhibitor turret.
Yeah, they're going to get an inhibitor as well as their first Ocean Drake, so at least going to keep JDG off of Soul.
Well, we're back to square one, huh?
We are back to square one.
They almost killed JackieLove. That was cool. That was
We're
close.
at the point where we're going to get some resets. I feel like JDG might try to threaten Baron, but then once TS get back on the map, they will for sure threaten Baron. They will just say, hey, JDG, walk into us, we will fight you.
JackieLove still hasn't reset though. And he's going to get spotted out here, but nor have the rest of Top Esports as Caster's to the left. And the rest of JDG in the brush. As you saw last fight, a nice True Shot Barrage. Loken missed the ulti. What happened because of it is now the engage comes through. 369 locked into a corner, but a nice Tempered Fate until Loken comes out of it to die. Yuan trying to pick up the kill, and 369 is so damn tanky. JackieLove's still in the backline, and Zoom gets the engage on him, but for JDG, they've got to deal with this full health Ezreal. A good trade, but 369 absorbs everything until Knight and JKL put in their 2 cents. A double going over tonight. Lumao caught out, and yep, square one with this game being over.
I love how we didn't even need any resets for Barons. We just get the game-deciding team fight. Can Kanavi hold it by himself?
No, he cannot.
I doubt it.
Yeah, thank you for the optimism, my friend. As JackieLove moves forward, this game's been all about him, but Yuyan Jazz contributed with Knight on top. And let's be honest here, Top Esports took down JDG in decisive fashion. A 24-minute game to start us off, a 29-minute to follow suit. This one goes in the basket in under an hour. Top Esports, your best LPL team, rising to form.
I love what you just said. We are just committing now. TS best team in the LPL. If they aren't, you have to prove us otherwise and take them down. They even showed they didn't even need JackieLove to beat Rogue Warriors. They had Cho in there, not with the best games. He's not an 80 carry. And here they are with their full roster, winning in such a dominant fashion. JackieLove looks kind of like out of sorts, like just another day at the office, guys.
I mean, he had to move his screen pretty fast. The arcane shift at that point was every which way. But I have to say, man, that was a stellar game for Top Esports to fight back, because let's not forget that early game was all JDG. It looked like we were going to a game 3, but then a couple of mistakes, punished hard by this Ezreal Yuumi, and from there, it's history.
Now the game was completely in their favor until that red buff invade,
yeah,
where it was JackieLove to then pick up those 2 kills, and they just kept snowballing from there.
Ezreal Yuumi, folks. It's a duo I'm sure we'll see a lot more of here in the LPL. As Top Esports with the 2-0 to round out the night. 2 2-0s, in fact. And Top Esports now undefeated here in the LPL. At first it was Rogue Warriors, now JDG. Things are looking pretty good.
I mean, for TS, I don't even know who we can say stands in their way. The two obvious names are FPX, who obviously did look shaky because they did have a loss to LNG, but they still were our most recent world champions. Then IG, you know, exactly. It's a small chance of a coin flip, but
I guess RNG also hit that.
There's, you know, I want to change this discussion. LGD, LNG,
V5. V5 stand in their way. V5 the only team to take them down. That's what the story will be, right?
Yeah, but
look forward to that.
Still, on a serious note, this roster just has too many good pieces. Like, my problem with JDG coming in the summer was that I didn't think they had the skill ceiling to be consistently, like, top one, be a champion once again, to where you just look at a roster like this, it's like, man, how do you not get excited about this? 369, top 2 top laner. Knight, let's just say best mid laner in the LPL. Karsa on form.
Best
man,
jungler.
This guy is terrifying. And we don't need to say anything about JackeyLove in the bot lane. He just brought such stability to this team.
I mean, at least in this series, you can say that 369 rises to the best top laner for now, especially with, you know, the Shy falling back, as we talked about in our earlier series, but also Zoom not having the greatest game 1. Game 2 was a little better, but 369 denied him all game. As you said, kept him in lane.
I love how disrespectful 369 was this game, especially with that one TP where he was looking for Loken, but... Yeah, 369 showing up with a lot of swagger this game, in my opinion. So, TES, where's the weakness, man?
I don't know.
Where's the hole in their game plan?
Yu Yanja has shaped up to be a great support for JackeyLove. Knight's still Knight. Karsa's being the MSI Karsa, or, you know, at least 2019 Karsa, as you said before. 369's risen to new form. The best in their roles, I'd say, in all 4 positions. And support fast coming as well.
Yeah, and the two picks that Yu Yanja to me looks really dangerous are the Thresh and the Yuumi. MSC played 5 games of Thresh, 4 games of Yuumi, so obviously very comfortable on these 2 champions.
Yep.
Probably the 2 strongest supports in this meta, depending on what style you're playing. So, again, I don't know where you punish this team this split. Last week we could look at bot lane and say it was right there. You can be a better roaming support than Yu Yanja. Struggles in laning phase. We still saw that in game 1, but it doesn't feel like enough of a discrepancy at this point for it to matter, and he's only going to get better.
That's why a lot of people are saying with the 4 slots at LPL for Worlds, Top Esports are definitely expected to have one of them, especially since they made finals. They have enough circuit points. If they make finals again, I'm pretty sure they just get the auto slot for second. So either way, expecting to see Top Esports there.
We might be getting a bit ahead of ourselves.
Nah, they're going to Worlds. I mean, I think at this point, the quality of watching this team, you expect them to be at Worlds, unless something goes horribly
They would
wrong.
need to like explode.
IG levels of explosion.
Exactly. They would need to like explode halfway through the split. You know, the famous skill vampires come out. You know, take that from them and you know, something like that.
I mean, for Top Esports, it's all praises here. For JDG, some concerns, to be frank. I think
like there's concerns, but okay, you got 2-0, but it was by who we're describing as a superstar team that's, you know, easily the best team in the league.
Yeah.
So there's concerns, but if you are going to have a loss, this is the loss to have.
For a team that plays the most, I guess, LCK style in the LPL, which even then, if you put JDG in the LCK, it'd be, I guess, a different style of team. For JDG, that game was all going on track until Top Esports' individuality you mentioned with
I'd say
JackeyLove.
the cool thing to note is that we do still see signs of life, especially from Loken. And Loken's been a player that a lot of people have just written off as an average AD carry.
Old Top
He's
Esports.
fine. You slot him into a team, he's going to do his job. But in spring, I definitely had him in my upper echelon of AD carries.
Absolutely.
I would definitely describe him as an above-average AD carry in the league. And this game just showing that he does have pop-off potential if, you know, either the draft's there or the team isn't exploding around him. He had some great arrows this game.
Yeah, it was rough, though, because it seems like JackeyLove just outshone him with 80 carry. You ready for the highlights? Here we go. Ezreal Yuumi, welcome to the LPL, because this is when it started. This is what you mentioned, where JackeyLove and Yu Yanja punished the heck out of Kanavi and Lumal.
And we just see right there, if Bard misses his abilities, you do nothing. But you know, it does everything. Ezreal Yuumi, it goes forward. You can damage it, but guess what? It has a bunch of resistances. You have the heal coming in from Yuumi. Eventually, you're going to have the Death's Dance as well as the Blade of the Ruined King. So you're just going to heal up forever. Your ECD is something like 8 seconds max rank. So Yeah, I don't know what you do.
And with Athene's, it just makes it a little bit worse as well. We saw in a couple of fights where Jackie got low enough, but it was never the kill. He died
Right
once
there,
this
8
game.
seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, he died once this game, but as long as he wasn't locked down, bursted by JDG CC Chain, it did look like they would always come out this fight. And even with people like Knight flashing in, you know, trying to just be this distraction, die right away, it didn't matter. Jackie Love was all the damage you needed.
I mean, Jackie Love stayed full health for pretty much every fight. It's crazy to see because, I mean, we always talk about Jackie Love being a great AD carry, but the fact that still on this new team, he still finds his form was great. Of course, Yuyan Zhao Yumi gets props as well, but 42% damage, that is insanity. 200% damage efficiency. Yeah, just throw the stats up. What more do you say, sir?
I'll just say one last time, I promise. Ezreal Yumi.
Ezreal Yumi.
And again,
Part of Team Rocket.
it makes me wonder if we're going to be a region that picks up things like the Aphelios plus Lulu, something along those lines. Karma obviously also having a decent matchup in the bot lane against the Yumi.
Yep.
Are we going to gravitate towards those mages? My guess is no. LPL doesn't, like, we haven't been a region that's tended to do that. I think teams do it, it's like too easy to dive. They just prefer the straight 5v5 teamfights having more engage. There's like a stigma around it here, but I do hope we end up seeing it.
But at the very least, I expect to see more Ezreal ban, because at the start of the day, that's what we saw a lot in previous days, where Ezreal priority was up there as a must-ban or first pick, right?
Well, it's weird because, again, we have certain teams that do and certain teams that don't. So JDG and TES have been two of the teams that gravitate towards this Ezreal.
Yeah.
We also had teams, Suni did it today, but previously Suning were a team that kept saying, no, we'd rather have the Aphelios, we'd rather have something like the Kalista rather than the Ezreal, but it does seem like there's starting to be that shift in mindset that Ezreal is better.
Curious what changes, because, you know, 10.12, whenever that comes across, is going to be a bit of a change. But ladies and gentlemen, that's it for today. If you missed out on our 2-2-0s, well, there were treats. IG, are they back? Big old question mark there, because they look pretty good, especially in that first game against Suning.
IG will always be a coin flip to me. I just hope we get to a point where they're a coin flip that tends to land on the good side, or they're one of those trick coins that both sides are heads.
Oh, okay. Well, the trick coin was definitely last split, 2020 spring. Top Esports destroyed JDG, as we just saw. That was our match of the week, and Top Esports made it look like JDG was inferior team.
Yeah, it was like, I don't know. We were watching a movie where there were just some like gladiators slaughtering a village or something. There was nothing to see. It was gruesome. It was brutal, but you know, it was good for TES.
It was good for Top Esports. Maybe good for JDG. Maybe it's the old slap on the wrist that pulls them ahead.
Lose in the split, so then in playoffs you can learn from those mistakes.
And we get a final again in summer, and JDG take us to Game 5 and win.
Or the opposite, we go to Game 5 and then TES finally come out ahead.
Hey, get their first championship. Well, Top Esports are on that pathway now, being 2-0. However, coming up tomorrow, because tomorrow Lyric is Monday, it's an English broadcast day. BLG Easter is going to be curious. VGWE, which one do you prefer?
BLG, they need to do something, so I'm not excited for them. Unless maybe, hopefully we see the return of Meteor. But Vici versus WE, I think, is going to be a very good matchup between two teams that I expect to be mid-tier and also competing for a playoff spot.
WE on the rise for sure there. That's coming up tomorrow. That's the English broadcast day. And to round this out, I have to say, for our standings, now Top Esports starting to climb their way up. But yeah, you said it before. Who can stop this team?
My guess is no one. I mean, I put them first place as well. My guess is
V5?
no one. Look, TS will drop some random series during the split, whether I don't think it'll be to V5. You know, I'm gonna take a gamble right now. They're gonna drop it to Rogue Warriors.
You reckon?
Well, let's get someone. Why not? Just pick a name.
Not in their schedule yet. You got OMG, LGD, and BLG.
You pick a name. Who's gonna be the one random team to beat TS?
V5.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I like this.
V5 are going to win Worlds, man. I'm just saying.
You tell us out there who's going to be the one random team to beat TS.
Set it up in a poll. Big thank you to Lyric. Thank you to our production team. That's it for today. 2-2-0s. I'm sorry it wasn't a little bit longer, but maybe next time. English broadcast will be back with you tomorrow. It is bye for now, but not forever.
is for